Hey, hey. Yeah, of course I know about the Bloodborne movie. We talked about it the other night. Very well aware. No, I didn't watch the Avatar leaks. I saw some clips, but I didn't watch the whole movie. Yeah, I made a whole review on the Exit 8 movie. I've not seen the latest Invincible yet. You need to play Mouse PI? Of course I am. Comes out tomorrow at 11. You did just remind me of something, though. But yeah, tomorrow at 11 it comes out, so we'll be streaming that tomorrow. Heard about the lady that got shot at a Walmart in Omaha? Was it Omaha? I can't remember where it was, but yeah, I saw. She kidnapped the child and like attacked the child with a knife. So then the officer shot her. I saw. You see the Godzilla minus zero trailer? No, I forgot that came out. I need to take a peek at that. You gonna check out Tamagotchi Life, or are you not a Sims type person? Not really my kind of game. So probably not. I still have not seen The Boys yet. The two new episodes. Yep, new Godzilla movie. I'm very excited for this one. This is just a tease. The last one was so good. One of my favorite movies of that year. The new Insidious trailer looks good. That sounds like the biggest lie I've ever heard. Insidious hasn't been good in over a decade. All they do is churn out absolute garbage from this franchise. This is literally the seventh Insidious movie, by the way. Just more Insidious. It looks like every Insidious. I'll watch it. I watch like every movie that comes out. I just know it's gonna be shit. Yeah, I heard about the Batali stuff. I did see the cliff notes on that. That is pretty fucking nuts. Every mid-movie is shit to you, huh? No, I'm actually a big proponent of movies being just fine. Insidious isn't mid, it's bad. They have not had a good Insidious movie since the first one. Genuinely, they haven't. I see every one of these fucking things, they're trash now. Is the first one worth a watch? The first Insidious? I don't think it's aged that well. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but I watched it again like 3 years ago. It's okay. For its time, it was big because a lot of like the cliches it helped solidify. So it was like a really strong movie for its time, but I don't think it's as good now. Like the Red Man is kind of cringe. So I don't think it's aged amazingly, but still gotta respect it for the time period it was made in. The 2010 era where horror was still in a really weird spot. You see, pilots are being investigated for meowing over air or over air traffic frequency. Danny sent me that link and I forgot to listen to it. Thanks for reminding me. I've actually got that right here. I meant to take a peek. Sounds like they were getting extra quirky. Grew up on that Tumblr stuff, huh?
You guys, you need to be professional pilots. Meow, 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 meow. This is why you're still flying RJ. Meow.
Meow. Well, that's good. The pilots are having fun. They were doing it on the emergency response radio, by the way. Doesn't say that in the original tweet. Two pilots appear to be making meowing noises and dog barks as they communicated with each other before air traffic control at Ronald Reagan. This was the emergency response frequency? What was that, like a prank? You see the latest Invincible episode? No, not yet. Not yet. You saw Ticketmaster is officially an illegal monopoly now. I saw the headlines, I haven't looked into it. Let me see. I hesitate to believe that, though. There was a big effort to shut this down. So I'd be shocked if they did actually follow through and designate them an illegal monopoly. There's got to be some kind of caveat. Jury finds Live Nation Ticketmaster illegal monopoly that overcharged fans. Trump administration dropped out of the trial, but 33 states kept fighting. This I didn't know. Once Trump came in because of Trump always steps in when there's donations on the line. I remember the administration came in to try and like wash it. I thought it was kaput. I didn't realize they kept going. Wait a minute, this could be huge then. Federal jury ruled today that Live Nation and its Ticketmaster subsidiary operate an illegal monopoly that overcharged fans for tickets, handing a win to U.S. states that continue to trial even after the Trump administration dropped out. Jury found that Ticketmaster unlawfully maintains a monopoly in the market for ticketing services at major concert venues, and that Live Nation has a monopoly in the market for large amphitheaters used by artists. Whoa. Whoa, wait. This came from the office of Attorney General Letitia James. You might recognize her name because she's the one that's currently suing Valve. You telling me she actually does real lawsuits that aren't dog shit? Is that possible? Unless I'm misremembering, I'm pretty sure it's Letitia James that's suing Valve. I'll double check. I'm nearly 100% sure though. Yeah. New York Attorney General Letitia James sues Valve Corporation. That was February 25th, 2026. Very interesting. Live Nation unlawfully requires artists who use the amphitheaters it owns to also use its event promotion services, and that fans have been overcharged for concert tickets at major concert venues across the country, which anyone who's been to a concert over the last decade will tell you. Ticketmaster overcharged states by $1.72 per ticket and what the state had estimated. Evidence at trial showed that a Live Nation regional director boasted a gouging ticket buyers and robbing them blind. We covered that. With fees for ancillary services such as slight parking upgrades. The verdict could cost Live Nation and Ticketmaster hundreds of millions of dollars just for the $1.72 per ticket that the jury found Ticketmaster had overcharged consumers in 22 states. Great news. Actually, wonderful news. I thought for sure this was kaput after the Trump administration stepped in to try and help the monopoly. Wow. The Trump administration last month decided to drop out of the case that began during the Biden era. U.S. blindsided states by announcing a settlement with Live Nation during the trial, forcing states to take over the lead role. Trump administration gave up the fight and wanted to let these companies off the hook easily. But we kept fighting for every Arizonan who had been charged too much by this illegal monopoly, and we won. Trump admin agreed to stop pursuing a breakup of Live Nation and Ticketmaster as part of the settlement. The terms reportedly included changes to business practices and civil penalties of up to $280 million for states that opted to join the settlement, but only 6 states joined the deal, and they will reportedly receive a total of $18.6 million. So no more overpriced tickets. Okay, let's not get carried away, brother. This is good news, but it's not like it actually solves the full problem. At least not yet. It is a step in the right direction, though. You saw RFK Jr. stole a dead raccoon's penis in front of his kids to study it? I saw that headline, and I feel like that told me all I needed to know. He's a scientist. He's used his own body as a canvas for means of study. He's testing the human limits with meth and that brain worm. So of course he's going to study raccoon penis. I believe it. You see Project Hail Mary? Yeah, I made a review on it, and I liked it a lot. It was a very good movie. RFK Jr. is also starting a podcast. Is he? Hype. We were running low on podcasts. He has the smoothest and perfect voice for it, too. That's true. That is a good point. And yeah, I'm going to finish Replaced. I like Replaced a lot. It's a great game. Yeah, I saw about that psycho lady that got shot and killed after stabbing a child. Or I'm pretty sure she slashed the child's face and tried to stab the kid again that she was kidnapping, and the officer put her down. I saw that earlier. Of course, I know about the Bloodborne movie. We finished Sly last night. Or 2 nights ago now. Now it's on to Sly 3 after I finish Mouse PI and Pragmata. The Saikuna thoughts? Yeah, I talked about that the other night. I haven't read like the actual DMs or not. I hear they're like very cringe, but I imagine pretty much any of that kind of thing's always going to be cringe. Feel bad for his girlfriend. He saw J. Cole's basketball career in China ended after only one game. He scored 0 points in 8 minutes. J. Cole had a basketball career in China? That's news to me. Grammy-winning rapper J. Cole makes debut in Chinese Basketball League. So it was his first and last game in China? He said he had visa issues that curtailed his time, and he got the chance to play a game before he had to leave. He was scheduled to play in at least 3 games. Oh, man. Have you seen the new horror game Don't Play This that came out? People are saying it's scary as fuck. Who's saying that, man? Where are you getting that from? I played that on the gaming channel. It is not. Like, actually, who's saying that? I played the demo already. Unless the full game really blows it way out of the water. Unless the full game is an absolute pants shitter. You ever play Sly 4? Mm-mm. I'm excited to, though. I hear it's not very good, but I'm excited to see where it left off. Yeah, I'm playing Mouse PI tomorrow. Have you seen the new Outlast movie updates? Looks fire as fuck. No, but you did just remind me I still need to watch that Mortuary Assistant movie. Are you watching WrestleMania this weekend? I'm gonna try to, yeah. I got some plans this weekend though, but I should still have time to watch. You watching The Mummy tomorrow? Yes. Have you seen all the Katy Perry sexual assault drama? Mm-mm. I have not. It doesn't sound good. Oh. From Ruby Rose, she said it happened 20 years ago. From Ruby Rose. Well, that's the first I've heard of that. I'll take a peek later. It sounds bad though. A woman successfully sued Carnival Cruises for her serving her for 14 shots of tequila in 9 hours. She won the lawsuit because they overserved her. How much was the lawsuit? Let me see. He won 300K. Wow, not a bad payday. You got fucking toasty and then gets 300K for them overserving her. Wow. Oh, she had a I didn't even read the last part. Before massive fall. She got sloshed, fell, and then got 300K later. Damn. Hear about the missing nuclear scientist, one of many to go missing. There are currently 10 dead or missing nuclear scientists. Yep. Danny keeps me abreast on all the new developments there. I haven't done a full deep dive into it or anything, but I am seeing it. Do you believe Bob Lazar's story? My dad has become like a big Bob Lazar believer. I don't know. I just haven't seen enough to be fully convinced. My dad sends me a lot, so I've seen quite a bit of Bob Lazar. It's still just not enough for me. Yeah, I talked about Palm Beach Pete. Talked about Palm Beach Pete like 3 weeks ago. Probably not unless an alien comes down and shakes Charlie's hand directly will he believe. That's just not even true. That would be great. I'd certainly believe in that instance as well, but like, I just need something more irrefutable as opposed to anecdotal or like some blurry ass pictures or some whack ass video. I just need something more, like something with more gusto. Yeah, the Tic Tac is the only one I ever say is actually like interesting. That's the one I always point to as like a very solid piece of evidence, but still not fully enough. But the Tic Tac video, that one's that one's kind of top tier for aliens footage, UFO sightings, UAP, excuse me. Ugh. And no, I have not started that yet. I have not started the Demons of the Shadow Lord yet. That's on my to watch list. Or Shadow Realm. You gotta watch Nippon Sangoku. That anime is crazy so far. I swear to God, if this is another one of your sports anime, bro, I swear. What is Nippon Sangoku? The Three Nations of the Crimson Sun? Japan was hit. Here's the synopsis. Japan was hit by the effects of nuclear war around the world, resulting in an influx of refugees, followed by a deadly virus and devastating earthquake, while the country was mismanaged, with those in power levying heavy taxes, leading to famine. Eventually, the people began a revolt which overthrew the national government. Though the population was reduced to a tenth of its pre-war size, technology had been reduced to that of the Meiji era, and the country was divided into three kingdoms: Yamato, Takeo, and Sei. 100 years later, a man named Aoteru Misumi leads a movement to reunify the country. It's got good reviews. People seem to really like it. I haven't heard shit about it. I'll take a look. Probably because there's so many anime this season. I know, and it sucks because some really good ones are getting overlooked. Maybe this is one of them. I have not heard of this, but I'll definitely look at it. I've just got to catch up with one episode of Invincible and two of The Boys. It's not getting overlooked. People in the know are watching it, including Kojima. What do you? Is Kojima singing its praises on Twitter? Kojima been glazing it on Twitter. Okay. I mean, like I said, I'll take it. I'll take a look. I trust your recommendations for the most part, so I'll give it a try. No, I haven't started Witch Hat Atelier. I know the entire Avatar movie got leaked. We talked about it the day it happened. I saw. I feel like everyone's seen now. I'm just curious when Paramount's gonna make a statement. Surely they'll address it at some point. Curious what they'll say. They didn't even address the last few SpongeBob movies that got leaked. Did they not? Because I remember I heard that the Sandy Cheeks movie, like the whole thing got dropped online like 3 months early or something. Did they never say anything about it? Oh, so maybe they won't then. No, they really don't care. I feel like for this they have to care though, right? They have the entire Avatar Studios, bro. They have to care at least to a certain extent, right? You would think. Addressing it would probably just give more attention to it. Yeah, I guess, but it's not like them not addressing it helps either. They could address it and be like, alright, so it leaked early. We've decided we're just going to put it in theaters. If you like it and want to support it, go see it in a theater or something. Like, I feel like that'd be the easiest thing they could do. Do I think they're going to do that? No. Probably not. But to go complete crickets on it, it would be very surprising to me. I wouldn't really understand that. I mean, is it finished? Apparently it is finished. I thought it was still, like, being worked on because the voice acting was very stiff, but apparently that's just how it is. I thought it was, like, placeholder voice acting, but apparently that is just the final. So they could easily just turn around and say, you know what, fuck it, here's a summer release for it in theaters. Thoughts on the AI Val Kilmer movie coming out? The AI Val Kilmer movie. What? As Deep as the Grave. Val Kilmer AI Performance 2026. Wait. Are we on the cusp of peak? This is what the cinema's been demanding. There he is! Very Bird Box coded. Wow. What a cool tagline. Wait, what? Some stories were too hidden to be found. That's some shit I would have wrote on like my 4th grade Pixo website, coldflames.pixo. Flames so hot they were cold. They think this is Uncharted, bro. For sure. Damn, that is a hot tagline. This shit was so hidden, but Val Kilmer found it. Oh, it's a true story. Where'd they hide it?
Don't fear the dead, and don't fear me.
Wow, that was something that was incredible. Apparently he gave permission before he died, so I don't even know anymore. That's just so fucking sad, man. That's just so sad. I'm gonna look that up. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, I'll read this. He had been cast in the film before Pass, but was not well enough to shoot his scenes. As noted in a release from production company First Line Films, Voorhees opted to digitally create Kilmer's performance with the support of the late star's daughter. So it was the daughter that okayed it. That's I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It's insane the AI YouTube channel has 7 million subscribers. Entertainment Tonight? Isn't this just the TV station? Yeah, I think this is just the TV station YouTube channel, brother. Wow, holy fuck, they actually upload like 60 things a day. Wow. Euphoria situation is crazy. I don't watch Euphoria, I couldn't tell you. I tried to give that show a chance, I did not like it. I tried to watch it a couple years ago. Whenever season 2 came out, I don't remember when that was, but I tried to watch it when everyone was hyping it up. I just did not like it. I thought it was just not good. Like, I think, like, the cinematography everyone talked about was like, I mean, okay, it's shot interestingly, I guess, but I just really didn't like the show. I'm gonna start a GTA marathon before 6. That's the plan. I saw a Euphoria clip on Twitter of Sydney Sweeney spread eagling with a pacifier in her mouth. From Euphoria, or was this like an ad? Well, I mean, you did say a Euphoria clip. What? I guess I didn't watch enough Euphoria. How would that fucking fit into the show? What is the show about? Her character is doing OnlyFans. Ah, okay. Very cool, I guess. It's a Sam Levinson show. All you need to know. That's the Idol guy, right? That guy's a freak. I don't watch Euphoria, but I watch The Idol. That guy's a fucking freak. No, I haven't watched the new Boys episodes yet. Did you see Diplo's tweet where he said all Uber drivers should leave their jobs since AI will be replacing them anyway? Can't say I saw that, man. Did not see that. But AI is coming for every job, not just Uber drivers. Yeah, we just watched the -0 trailer. Yeah, I saw the Vitaly stuff. I talked about that just a minute ago. I didn't talk a lot about it because I didn't watch like the clip or anything, but I know that he falsely accused some innocent guy of being a pedophile and now he's getting sued. So I saw like the cliff notes, but I didn't actually watch what happened. But from the sound of things, he got the entire thing wrong and accused a completely innocent guy. And streamed all of it. Crafton wasn't already having a bad time. They no longer are listed as publisher of Subnautica 2 on Steam. Really? Did Crafton get the axe? Subnautica 2's Steam page no longer lists Crafton as publisher. Oh. Well, ain't that something? Seems like this is still pretty fresh, so people don't know why yet, but I'll try and stay updated on it because that would be fascinating. You see the 26-year-old that died in the fake ICU. Is that the dental student? Yes, I did see this. "26-year-old Connor Hilton of North Haven died August 2024 at a Bridgeport Hospital Milford campus after being admitted for pancreatitis. Parents are now suing Yale New Haven Health and Northeast Medical Group for negligence in a wrongful death claim." So here, I haven't read this article, but where does it talk about what happened? Because it's pretty wild. Here it is. So, according to the state report, Hilton did not see. This is after he had presented with his signs of pancreatitis. They admitted him to the ICU, but they didn't administer any medication to address the alcohol withdrawal or anything like that. According to the state report, Hilton did not see an in-person physician a single time in the 4 hours he was moved to the ICU. Instead, his in-person care team consulted virtually with a remote tele-ICU model. So they literally have just telehealthing your doctors instead of like actually saving your life in the ICU. How cool is that, huh? How cool is that? He was pronounced dead via video screen shared by the remote physician, by the way. Very, very sad and very scary. AI doctors next. Yep. This is the first of its kind, but it won't be the last. You saw that Florida doctor got arrested because he removed the patient's liver instead of spleen and he died as a result. Yeah, that was a while ago, right? I remember that. I feel like there would be too many liabilities to have AI only doctors. You would think, but I'm pretty confident that the lawsuits and liabilities would still be cheaper for them. Like they're going to save more money just battling those and settling than they would just paying doctors and hospital staff. The wait to see is oh, you that's something I wanted to talk about a couple days ago and forgot. If any of you follow the gaming channel, in the most recent league tournament we played in, Andrew was talking about his kidney stones. This was like a month ago now. Well, Andrew was never able to pass those kidney stones, and according to like the doctor and the tests, which by the way, he had to wait like a long time in between everything. And he said like it was very dangerous because he couldn't pass the kidney stones and the kidney stone was quite large. So for over the course of I think now, because at that time when we were in that tournament, it had already been like 2 weeks or something. So I think in total it was like a month and a half with him in like excruciating pain, not able to see a doctor, not able to have a surgery, not even able to get the imaging until like weeks of discomfort. They didn't have any availability and wouldn't do anything for him. And then finally, this last Friday, he was able to like strong arm his way into an operation or into a whatever gets rid of the kidney stones. I don't exactly know how it all works, but it's brutal. That is brutal. The wait for like specialists and stuff, yeah. I don't exactly know how it all shook out with his kidney stones because it was such a long, miserable process for him. But he was telling me a little bit about it like on last Tuesday or something. And he still had them. Crazy. Like I knew the waits were long, but I didn't know they were that long for I don't even know, is that even like a specialist though? Because I think it was just like general procedure, right? But maybe it is. Scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. I felt really bad for him. And we're getting into chronologist and we're booking onto August, September right now. Oh, horrifying. Drinking soda doesn't help, right? With kidney stones? No, man. No, soda doesn't cure them. Soda's actually pretty bad for kidney stones, if you can believe that. Did he drink a lot of soda? No, not really. He said he's according to him, he said he's been prone to kidney stones, but just hadn't had any for like the last 4 years. So it's something that he's just always had like a predisposition for. And recently he's been drinking like more energy drinks and stuff throughout the day. So he said it was probably from that. What about Red Bull? Yeah, I think he was a monster guy. Well, I say was. He's still alive. I think Andrew mainly drinks Monster from what I've seen. Just talked about the Carnival Cruise lawsuit for overserving. I saw. Have you heard about the fake yoga trend? Fake yoga? Is that like the porn stuff on YouTube? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, no, nothing even really comes up for that. What are you talking about? You called it a trend, so it must be popular. When are you getting your Northern Line cruise ticket? Leaves from Tampa, so it's perfect for you. We're heavily debating getting Aaron on that cruise. And it also, especially because it goes through his birthday. He said he'd do it, but we're not convinced it would be a good video. I really think it would just end up being fucking miserable for him. We're still on. We're still cooking on it in the lab, debating if it's worth. Thought you were anti-travel, brother. I would never go on a cruise. I hate the idea of a cruise. You're literally on a fucking floating prison. Can't leave even if you want to. You're just stuck there. And I'm not like a big gambler, so I don't care about the casinos. I'm not a big water park guy, so I don't care about the water parks. Food's cool, but I could also just eat food on land and go home. I would never go on a cruise. I hate the idea of it. Then you have horror stories like the poop cruise. All kinds of awful stuff. But we were thinking about sending Aaron on the Northern Lion Super Cruise. Just to document that. Imagine it ends up being Titanic 2. Aaron's footage would be huge in that case. Like, the idea is silly, and Aaron's, like, super open to doing it. It's just genuinely one of those things where, like, the idea might be more fun than the actual thing. Because I think inevitably what's going to happen... For those that don't know what we're even yapping about, I'll pull it up real quick.
My mom...
Here. So, Northern Lion, as well as some other streamers, are doing a cruise. And it's leaving out of Tampa for some reason. But yeah, so that's basically the gist of it. So it's a streamer cruise where the chat is on the vessel with the streamers that they adore. The characters that would show up for that could be something beyond human imagination. So like the idea conceptually of sending Aaron on this as like a scout or like a basically a wartime journalist is like a really silly fun idea for TOC. But this is actually his birthday. Like we would literally be sending him to streamer cruise jail for his birthday. And it just, I don't know. I don't know if it feels cruel. It is real. No, Northern Line has confirmed this is real, and it leaves out of Tampa. Like it leaves out of Tampa, and the whole thing is the fans get to go there on the cruise, and they get to have a Q&A. They get to watch the live stream in person. I don't know what the variety shows really consist of. Hopefully a talent show will get Aaron up there and juggle for him. Or maybe deliver like a tight 5 stand-up.
It's true.
It's actually a gift and it's only 2,100. Well, actually the cheapest tickets are 1,800. So we'd put Aaron in the fucking nosebleeds or whatever it is on the cruise. Whatever like the stowaway section is for 1,800. They'll have him come out to go to the Northern Lion Q&A and watch him play some Slay the Spire. We have to get him the squad up ticket. That was another thing we kicked around, because Danny said he'd be willing to duo with him, get the duo Q ticket bundle or whatever. Danny loves cruises, but he might be on his honeymoon at this time, so he's not sure. I just don't know if it's like the idea itself is silly and wacky, but genuinely the video might just be terrible, might just actually be terrible, and then we just wasted Aaron's whole birthday, and it'd feel bad. You know damn well everyone but the streamers will be treated like prisoners with extremely limited access. So I think what it is, I could be wrong. I'm still a little confused on it. I think it is a normal cruise, like a completely normal cruise. This isn't like Northern Lion's private dinghy. Like it's not his vessel that's cruising. I think it is an entirely normal cruise that Northern Lion and the other streamers that are listed have with a section booked. So like they have their own streamer section. So what it would be is the fans book the normal cruise through Northern Lion's Super Cruise, and they are their guests basically. They're there for them, but they get access to the whole crew, or the whole cruise, and very limited access, I imagine, to the streamers for their own safety. Because I bet if the fans just get to like be around them at all time, it would be like piranhas. It would be like chimpanzees like ripping their flesh off. Is Subliminal going to be on your top 5 worst games of the year? Right now it is. We'll see if it holds true till the end of the year, though. Are you going to christen the vessel in Tampa? Yeah, I'll go out there and I'll break the champagne on the cruise and spank it on the ass. And then I'll give Aaron a big salute on his way out on the Streamer Super Cruise. How long is it? It's a 5-day cruise. Have Aaron wear the Meta Ray-Bans so we can watch it from his POV. Again, I don't know if we're actually going to get Aaron tickets to go. He has to wear a birthday boy shirt. True. He should. No, I haven't seen the new Invincible yet. Is there any special guests that are on the cruise? Maybe Aaron. Yeah, we'll be playing Mouse PI tomorrow. What game are you playing tonight? Probably Replaced. Yeah, I've been playing Replaced on the gaming channel. The game is so good. The full game just came out. I'm like halfway through, I think, roughly. And yeah, Pragmata I'm doing after Mouse PI. I've been seeing incredible reviews for Pragmata, and I like the demo a lot, so I'm pretty excited. Last Flag came out, the Imagine Dragons game, peak player 558. Will you play it? I mean, I played the tech test or whatever it was, the beta, I don't know. I didn't love it, so probably not. I don't see why I would. Wubby got sponsored by them a few streams ago. Wubby got sponsored by Last Flag. No way, why? Did he even pretend to like it? That didn't come up. Are you sure? Yeah, sponsored by Last Flag? Check his Twitch. Yeah, let me see. It's just not very good.
This right here, domino.
Let's see. Oh yeah. There he is, playing a little bit of Last Flag. That Imagine's Dragon money hit. No, I'm anime only watcher for One Piece. Pretty cool. Looked like he was having fun with it. Tyler 1 was sponsored to play it too. Damn, they had a big sponsorship campaign. That's Imagine Dragons, baby. All power to them. I'm curious. Hold on. So Tyler 1, Wubby, Fan. Look, it looks like a lot of people got sponsored for Last Flag. How did that do for the player count? Peak player count of 556. I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I truly think sponsoring streamers to play a game is completely fucking worthless. Genuinely. Unless your game's just already successful and you just want to get like a stronger word of mouth out there, I just don't really even see the point. Like, if you have a game that doesn't have like legs on its own, there's just no value out of paying streamers to try and pump it. And isn't Last Flag free? It's $12. Wow, that... Okay, that explains a lot. Didn't they pay you to play Dying Like the Beast? Yeah, I was playing it anyway. And that's what I just said. I feel like that makes more sense if you already have a game that's going to be strong and you just want more word of mouth. I get that. But like this game, you don't get anything out of it. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Because the streamers, it's very clear, aren't really into it. I don't get it. I used to think differently. I used to think that this was like a really smart strategy for up-and-coming games to like snatch up a bunch of streamers to try and pump it off rip. But it just doesn't work. Maybe it did back then, it doesn't now. Now the sponsored streams for like big games are the ones that I get. That makes sense. I don't know. I don't know what else they could do with the money. I couldn't tell you. All I know is that this strategy just doesn't work. Probably better off spending those resources making the game better and have people like actually want to play it. But I don't know what the solution is. But yeah, I definitely take, like, very rarely I'll take, like, sponsored streams for games that I know I'm gonna like. Like Dying Light the Beast. That was the last one I did. Or Warframe. But those are games I play and like a lot. Warframe was one of my most played games on Steam all the way up until like 2023, and it's still in like my top 5 most hours on Steam. I understand why a streamer would take it. Oh, I totally get that. I'm not saying for the streamer's perspective. I'm talking from the company. Like, I don't understand why Imagine Dragons guy would even be like, all right, let's start paying out the ass for all these streamers who aren't interested in our game. We're never going to play it, to play our game on stream for 2 hours to an audience that doesn't want to watch it. It just that doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. Because it doesn't work. If you saw Whoopi's chat during that stream, they were dogpiling it. And I feel like that happens every time. Like, genuinely. Again, I think that money could have just been better spent making the game better. Like, I don't know where else the marketing budget would go. Like, I guess maybe choose streamers who might have actually played it organically. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't care. It's good for the streamers, I guess. It just makes no sense for the company. Reminds me of King of Meat with what they chose to. Yeah, exactly. King of Meat is really the one that's completely changed my tune on how games market. King of Meat, which is shut down now, by the way. R.I.P. King of Meat. King of Meat paid hundreds of thousands, presumably, maybe even in the millions, for that really tight Mr. Beast sponsorship, where Mr. Beast even made a full dedicated video, millions of views, even had a Mr. Beast game mode in King of Meat, and it had, what, 200 peak players ever and then died? Yeah, Amazon game, by the way. And they also sponsored a ton of other people as well for King of Meat. Only ever getting 200 players or something. If that, it might have been less. So think about, like, the millions of dollars they spent there just going into making a good game. Or, like, even like, let's say they don't want to make the game any better. They could have taken that and given it to, like, Fall Guys streamers or something. Something, like, genuinely adjacent to the game they are making, where the community might want to play it, or the streamer might have been interested in checking it out. Mind's Eye also paid a ton of streamers to play it and it made the game look worse. Mind's Eye is another great example. Yes, exactly. Hey man, but that, again, it's good for the streamers that companies keep doing it. I just don't know why they keep doing it. Just keep farming it though. This shit's crazy. The whole friend group tried to play Arc Raiders out of nowhere, just word of mouth. Word of mouth is like the most powerful thing in the modern day and age. Anything organic, or at least appearing organic. I think a lot of it's fucking psyop like Nidos and all that, but word of mouth is huge. I was curious, it looks like Burnt Peanut was also sponsored by Last Flag. What the fuck? Holy shit. How much money did they pay on the streamer, the sponsored streams? He still has the banner up. Hold on. Just that alone, just having the Burnt Peanut as a sponsored streamer was probably like, I would say comfortably, let's see how long he played, comfortably 6 figures. Yeah, you're right. He played it yesterday. The VOD has 1.2 million views, by the way. 500 players on Steam, peak. I'm just trying, I gotta wait for the ads to finish here so I can see how long he played it for. If a company sponsor you to play a game, what game you play for sponsor? Games that I know I'm going to like, games that I'm already going to play. Like, I'm playing Pragmata this week. If Pragmata wants to sponsor it, sure. I'm playing it regardless. I'm very excited for Pragmata. Dying Light the Beast. Warframe. PoE 2. For the last league, well, not the last league, the league before last league. When I was grinding the fuck out of that league. Games like that. But I think it makes a lot of sense for streamers just to farm these kind of huge paychecks. There's no reason not to, even though the game is just not good. So yeah, it looks like he played it for like 2.5 hours. That was easily a 6-figure deal. And nobody from the Burnt Peanut community checked out the game. Playing Pragmata on Friday. No, I'll probably play it on like Sunday. Got some plans this weekend. So it'll probably be like Sunday night. And I want to do Mouse PI first. Why Sunday? Because tomorrow I'm doing Mouse PI. It'll probably take me 2 days to finish it, and then I have plans for Friday night, Saturday. It'll be Sunday most likely when I get to Pragmata. Sunday or Monday. I wonder if they emailed you about it to sponsor, or do they see you trash on the game when you played it? I doubt they reached out. I highly doubt it. You saw the player count for Square Enix Killer Inn is now down to 7. Brutal. Yeah, probably just gonna play some Replace tonight. You ever play World of Tanks if they sponsor you? I know you said your dad is a huge fan of World of Warships. It's the same company. Yeah, I played both with him. And yeah, I did do a sponsorship with World of Warships. They were extremely nice and really supportive of my dad and his World of Warships journey. They were great. And the game's fun. I always enjoyed playing that with my dad. He hasn't been playing as much recently. He's been back on the iRacing grind. Do you think streamers in general take people away from games since people may rather watch someone play it as opposed to playing the game themselves? Fuck no. Like, I have no doubt for some, like, single-player games, maybe, like, a couple people won't buy the game because they watch the streamer play it. That probably happens, but I think you get far more people that are like, wow, this game was great, I want to check it out myself. I think that's much more common. If it was the opposite, games would not be paying streamers to play their games. I imagine the data also supports the idea that the more people watch a game, the more likely they are to pick it up. That used to be a huge Nintendo mentality, actually. You couldn't stream Mario Kart 8 when it first dropped. I remember that. They held that for a long, long time. Why games aren't paying us for playing them for hours? I love that mentality. Have you ever heard of NFTs? The NFT games that'll pay you to play? Bro, it's right there. Those games are so good. Are NFTs still a thing? Not a successful thing. They still exist though. You can't funge that shit. So like they still exist, but they're not worth anything. They're genuinely worthless. Yeah, I was just checking around again. Still in the gutter. The Justin Bieber Bored Ape, 1.3 million in 2022. Today it's worth 12K. That was unpredictable. I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know the Justin Bieber NFT. But I do know that Bored Apes and CryptoPunks and all that shit are completely worthless. You gonna play Windrose? Ubisoft is crashing out from how good of an indie game it is. I know what Windrose is. That's the pirate survival game, right? I just don't like that genre, bro. I'm not a survival gamer, so probably not. Hope it does well, though. It looks like they put a lot into it. Phantom Blade Zero devs dropped a behind-the-scenes video with new gameplay. The amount of work they're doing has gotten me even more hyped. Exciting. What exactly is Wuxia? Phantom Blade Zero director Soulframe breaks it down. Soulframe. That's
For
Digital
example,
Extremes.
let's talk about the lion dance. Last year, we went together to Shenzhen to visit a master of the lion dance. Of course, that was just a vague concept. But this year, we have truly integrated it into the combat system.
The lion's movement is abstract. You can't just make it a four-legged lion because there are two people underneath. It simultaneously possesses the combat style of a large-scale, long-range boss, yet at close quarters, it displays the style of a humanoid boss. For instance,
God, this
the
game
person
really
in
does
front
look
will
so
leap up and
fucking
kick with
good.
both
I'm
legs.
pumped.
When these elements are
Do they have just subtitles? They don't have subtitles, so I...
combined, you get an experience.
I see. The AI is just reading the subtitles. I thought this was the whole thing. I see. That's my misunderstanding of how this worked. I thought the whole system was putting the subs and reading it. Gotcha. I gotcha. No, I see now. Where is it?
在整个的动作游戏领域都有点耳目一新的一种体验。然后还有一个就是包括我们这次 TGA 大家非常喜欢的，我们里面有一个角色是醉酒剑法。
眼见养生的时候，对。
那么醉拳这个元素呢，其实在过去的武侠片里、功夫片里，其实我们是见过很多的，其实是一种标志性的一种浪漫情怀的中国武打文化的一种浪漫表达吧。那么我们这一次呢，就做了一个这样的 BOSS， 他就是能够不断的通过喝酒来积攒他的某个能量，醉了以后呢，他的身法也比较飘忽不定，他的攻击也比较飘忽不定，他的剑会从各种意想不到的方向打过来。更加巧妙的就是
I really do have a lot of hope that this game will be good.
使出最剑的能力。
I'm pretty optimistic.
在极限的时候进行各种
Everything they keep showing looks great.
之后进行反击，而一切看起来好像都是东倒西歪的那种醉醺醺的，但却形成了一种又醉又优雅的一种战斗的风格。好像你在重新创造整个动作游戏。重新创造所有的动作游戏的模板，而这些模板一创造出来，大家看哇，一点都不突兀，一点都不觉得违和，因为这些东西、这些动作都是已经深入我们骨髓里面的一种浪漫情怀。我们就常说武侠，对吧？它其实有两个层次，一个是武，一个是侠。那武是什么呢？武就是外在表现，就是所谓的动作。这个武打的表达，我们去年的时候应该是探访了很多门派。
Man, that's just like some old school shit right there. Like going to the locations to learn the shit and then bringing it to the studio. I love that. Games used to do that a lot more often. I like that.
回到咱们这动物层里面来，把它转化成游戏的数据。其实我们今年又有更多的这样的研究和发掘，就是如何把中国的传统的这种武术，还有传统的武侠电影、功夫电影里面的一些表达方式，能够用到游戏上来。我们刚刚说的是武的层面。那么武侠，其侠的层面当然是更重要的。武是外显，那么侠是内在。如果用一句话来描述侠的话呢，我觉得侠他的精神就在于，哪怕是自己深陷困境，他首先要想到的是他人，他首先要想到的是为天下的苍生，就是点亮一盏灯。去年的时候我们说过，就是主角说寻找我的心。它有两层含义，第一个，他物理上他的心受伤了嘛， 那么江湖里面是不是还有些方式可以救他呢？是不是还可以我用这66天是不是能找到医治我的这个新的方式？这个是第一层，拯救我的肉体。第二个其实是更重要的，就是说拯救我的灵魂，因为这个主角他是一个组织里面的高手了，他前半生一直都在给这个组织去征战四方，这里面就会有个命题，就是说之前那样是活了很长的时间，但是之前那样算不算真正的活？
I feel like that's a concept that's been explored a lot.
你是作为一个组织去征战。
I'm sure the story will probably be fine. I think the standout's going to be the gameplay.
自己来决定的。那么在最后的66天，他就想自己真正的活一次，自己真正的活66天，要自己践行自己心中的侠义之道。因为侠它实际上就代表什么？它代表的是平民。
Yeah, I saw the new Insidious trailer. Dog shit.
草根精神的英雄。
Please, take it. Save our.
那么这个我觉得也是另外的一种寻心，就是他要寻找他的初心。当年那个一腔热血的少年，还没有被这个武林磨去棱角也好，或是被这武林异化也好，之前的那个赤子之心。我觉得这个可能也是我们想传达出来的侠的这样的一个主题吧。我们如果是玩过很多 ARPG 或者 RPG 游戏
No, the red doors in the new Insidious 2, they show it explicitly in the trailer. It's cringe.
我们永远有一条主线任务，然后去你自己的恩怨也好，要解决你自己的事情，那么你可以理解为那是主线。那么在支线，你肯定会在你的这一路中会遇到一些萍水相逢的其他的人。那么其他人会有其他的故事，你是他故事里的一个过客。
What kind of sicko hangs a
帮助别
horse?
人的过程中，就是有点像蝴蝶效应扇起了一个翅膀。那么你在行侠仗义的过程中，你有可能会对你自己的主线，对你自己的爱恨情仇的故事发生一些影响。那么在这影响之下呢，你就会发现，那你只要是按你的侠义之道去行事，你只要做好这些事情，你会发现，它整个就会有一个更加宏观的影响。我觉得这个可能也是一个很有禅意的一种解读吧。你是谁，取决于你做的所有的事情。
Oh, this is the boss fight they showed in the last big trailer.
所有的事情，这些看起来没有关联的事情，就会结合起来，影响到你是谁，并且影响到你后面的事情进展。接下来我们肯定就是努力的完成，把这个游戏打磨到我们满意的程度。我们希望在我们的能力范围内呢，给玩家呈现足够精彩的产品。那这个肯定是目前最重要的工作。在影真
，This definitely doesn't look like another Lost Soul aside. I still need to play that.
救出一个火场中的婴儿，救出这
I
个
got
婴
so
儿以后，
disappointed when I heard it wasn't good. I just couldn't bring myself to play it. 而在现实世界上，我们就像那个孩子，就像那个襁褓里的婴儿，以前的创作者传承下来的养育、成长的一个孩子。我们从小就是看这些武侠电影啊，看这些功夫片长大的，受到这种文化的熏陶和影响。最后呢，传承了这份精神，我希望把这精神用新的载体传播下去，向全球观众、全球的玩家打造一张新的名片。像最早的时候，李小龙把功夫这个词拿到了好莱坞，然后现在功夫、康复，这甚至都已经变成了一个普通的英文单词。我觉得，如果我们能够做到这一点，不管最后的商业的结果是怎么样的，我觉得我们都已经 I love that mentality, man.
所认为的成功。
I like that. That's a lofty goal. What a crazy comparison to make. I like that a lot. The game looks great, and I really liked hearing from him. That sounded very passionate. Something genuinely ambitious. Like, the genre itself, this just seems like a really high-quality action game. But, like, what they want to do with it, I think is very admirable. I like that. I don't think it's like a genre-defining or genre-changing game from anything I've seen, but it looks like an extremely good one. Hope it lives up to the hype. Me too. I'm optimistic it will. Comes out September 9th. Nice. Yeah, I'll be doing Mouse PI tomorrow. Did you accept the sponsor from them? From Phantom Blade? Fuck yeah. I mean, again, I'm very excited for this. The sponsored streams I do are for games I already will be playing. So that's just a nice cherry on top. So yeah. Have you heard of FandomCon 2026? It was a scammy convention that went on in San Jose. A lot of upset vendors and drama. FandomCon? No. When a con stinks. Seems like a lot of these recently. It looks like it has more going on than Barbie Dreamfest and the Willy Wonka experience, at least. It's from April 10th to the 12th. Badly run show with very few guests, overpromised and way underdelivered. Badges were given out without lanyards, or with leftover lanyards from 2 years ago. Artist Alley was 25 artists. They seemed unhappy, audibly complaining about poor staff communication. AI art on sale. One Redditor went to see the voice actor from Freerun who dropped out with only a quiet announcement. There was a disco area on the main floor. I bet that was lit. And it was silent the whole time, aside from one individual sitting there wearing headphones. Registration staff knew nothing, couldn't reach anyone who did. Friday guests were left standing while the showrunner walked off mid-promise to get them set up. Only a few dealers actually showed up. Includes 2 3D printed dragon guys and one of those mass-produced crochet flower trinket stalls. And another 4 or 5 booths were advertising other conventions, and one was selling AT&T. No comics. Saturday was worst attendance. Most vendors closed booth early. Unusual heavy rain that weekend, and Food Fest outside was canceled. Nothing to do. We were done browsing everything, with taking our time after an hour. General vibe was empty and sad.
Welcome back. It's now the afternoon. It is 3:37, and it's still pretty quiet. Yeah, there's a little more foot traffic, but it's
pretty
not
quiet. That was Helldivers right next to you.
It's not equaling to sales. Pretty quiet. Yeah, there's a little more foot traffic, but it's not equaling to sales. Some people are slowly breaking down now. A lot of people did not make their booths, and then some they have talked to. They promised the moon and the stars. There were no stars. Only this cute Ragatha. She's awesome. They have stuff, but it's not a very big event, so you could get through it in less than an hour, maybe 2. It doesn't have like redo value, honestly. A lot of celebrities are mad, a lot of vendors are mad, a lot of artists are mad. This is just, don't tell us 10,000 people. Where are these 10,000 people? This is not 10,000. They can't even have
The rain
5,000
scared
people.
him
It
away.
capped at 5,000. This 10 thing. See that there's so much empty spaces. Actually, this area has no traffic, so because it's facing the wall, and this area just gave just.
Seems fun. This video got taken down, calling it ScamCon. I think they are worried about a defamation lawsuit or something. Wow, look at this poster. They were gonna have Jimmy Neutron there? Frank Grillo? Did he show up? Pretty cool. SantaCon also got shut down today. The organizer got arrested by the feds. The organizer of SantaCon got taken in by the authorities? What? SantaCon leader ran his own $1 million convention US. What? Let's start at the beginning. What is SantaCon? Is this not like a Santa Claus thing? Oh, it's New York Times. God, I hate it. I hate it. One of those websites. You have to create an account or pay for it or something. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. Actually, hold on. This one's letting me access it. I think this is an archive of it. Nope. For some reason... Okay, let's do it like this then. Okay, there we go. Stefan Pildes, president of the nonprofit that runs SantaCon, was charged with 1 count of wire fraud. If convicted, he faces up to 20 years in prison. So 1 count of wire fraud. Now, I don't know how big this wire fraud is. Worth mentioning, Robert Morris, the turbo pastor who found guilty of molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times, only got 6 months in jail. Just something worth throwing out there. It's interesting how the system works sometimes. Lead organizer of SantaCon New York City, an annual Christmas-themed bar crawl, so it is Santa Claus adjacent, is both beloved and reviled. Took more than half of the nearly $3 million the event raised for charity over 5 years, federal prosecutors said on Wednesday. Wait, what? That's a lot of money to be raising. I've never heard of it. The organizer, Stefan used his position as the president of the nonprofit to illegally divert the money into a separate company to finance personal ventures and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on extensive renovations to a lakefront property in New Jersey, luxurious vacations in Hawaii, Las Vegas, Vail, extravagant meals, and a luxury vehicle. Stefan promoted SantaCon as an event grounded in charitable giving, but instead of donating the millions of dollars he raised, he ran his own con game. Ah. He pled not guilty. The charitable, non-political, nonsensical Santa Claus convention that happens once a year to fund art and spread absurdist joy. It was described by the New York Times in December 2025 as magical, pointless, playful, obnoxious, creative, and confusing. And it was all a lie. He was stealing it. I don't get the point of conventions. I've been to a few and hated it each time. I definitely get the point of it, but I'm not a big convention guy either. How bad were the layoffs at Marvel? Oh, they were really bad. I was reading about it earlier. They fired 1,000 people and actually gutted their nearly the entire award-winning visual development team at Marvel. So to me, it sounds like the movies are going to start looking worse, I would guess. I'm not surprised they did big layoffs because Marvel just hasn't been hitting. People been tired of it. They pumped out too much low quality shit. So I'm not surprised they're downsizing it. But to axe nearly the entire visual development team sounds misguided. They said Doomsday screened like Infinity War. I'll believe it when I see it. I take all that shit with a grain of salt. Especially when it comes to Marvel. People will clap and spit up on anything Marvel. I recognize that guy! I watched that TV show, there he is! Ah! Quick text. Disney also just laid off the entire home entertainment team. They were responsible for DVD and Blu-ray releases. Not surprised. Not surprised. Marvel doesn't screen to public. They only screen to in-house employees. Too much of a risk to leak stuff. Is that real? I've never heard that. I totally believe that, though. That definitely sounds like some Disney Marvel shit. This was the best one yet! You guys crushed it! Yeah, this is the best Marvel movie, I swear to God. Everyone's gonna love this one. It's just like Infinity War. It's awesome. It's so cool. They're talking about like Black Widow or something. Wow! This show was awesome! You guys did a great job! Wow, the Star Wars fans are gonna love this one. Book of Boba Fett. You gonna play Pragmata? Of course I am. Very excited for Pragmata. North Korea ad is crazy. Oh, wow. What is this advertising? Oh, wow. What an ad. Nice. That's big. Wow. The ads you've been getting have been wild lately. Yeah, kinda. Usually it's only like statues and workout shit, but yeah, you're right. Recently it's been some wacky stuff. When are you heading out to Target to line up for Pokemon Pop-Tarts? Gotta beat the scalpers. Pokemon Pop-Tarts? Oh my god. They better get the stretchers ready. It's about to be a bloodbath. Oh, yep. Pokemon Pop-Tarts are back for the first time in 25 years. Make sure to hug your loved ones extra tight. They might not make it back tomorrow. Oh boy. Yep. Said only US-based mass retailer partnering with Pokemon for this collection is Target. Oh boy. Oh, hold on, we still have time. It doesn't start till May 2nd. You can get them in the gym. It's more than just Pop-Tarts, though, by the way. So Target just unveiled an exclusive collection of more than 100 items, and Pop-Tarts is one of them. There will be no survivors. Oh, baby. Nah, it's all about glitter dumplings now. Is that a new, psyops consumer thing? Yeah, the viral mystery dumplings. Nice! Gotcha dumplings! You're late on that? I guess. I don't know. First I've seen it. Scalpers are going after the K-pop Demon Hunter cards at McDonald's right now. They're all over eBay. I have no doubt. I bet they're making a killing! Let's see what they're going for. Let's see. $4 for the Rumi. Looks like it floats around $2 to $9 for the Rumi. Oh. Nice. Doesn't it cost more to get a meal? Don't be stupid. It's an investment into their business, their scalping business. Yeah, I'm looking at one right now where this guy's got like a ton of packs and cards, and it's $1 each. So he's going minus, what, how much is a Happy Meal? Let me see. $4. He's going $3 in the shitter on each sale. Scalper brain, baby, that's business. They have rarities. Triple star rares are like $30. Let's see. Yeah, you're right, I see. Well, it's not always $50. Looks like there's some people selling it for 10, but yeah, there's a couple people asking for like 50. And no movement. Actually, no movement. Good. Hopefully no one buys this shit. It's actually heartwarming seeing scalpers with this inventory up here that just cannot sell. One of these scalpers here, I didn't know this was a whole market. One of these scalpers for the K-pop Demon Hunters stuff, I went to their page just curious what else they're hawking. This guy is selling his dollar bills and hyping them up as like rare mints. So this one is a 1957 dollar bill. Holy shit! And he's selling it for 15 bucks. No way! I've been looking for a 1957 printed dollar bill. That's hype. It's probably a silver cert. I don't know what that means. I know a little bit about coin collecting because my grandpa collected vintage coins and like rare coins. Don't know anything about dollar bill collecting though, I'll tell you what. That's new to me. I once had a guy come in to get his $2 bills framed. Shit was wild. He ended up giving me one after the job was done. That's sweet. That's actually wholesome. At least it's for him. They must have meaning to him. How much are the one-piece Popeyes meals going for now? Wasn't it in the thousands? When we did the video earlier today, it was $2.50. I don't know who, but I think somebody listed it on Facebook Marketplace for us, but we've had no movement on it to my knowledge. I think it's kind of like the Pokemon Oreos, where people list them at like $100, but no one actually buys them. I own an original box of Pokemon Pop-Tarts that my grandma has had sitting in the deep freeze since they were first released if you want them. I assume they're still edible, but the way you check is by going to your local park with unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled eggs to feed the crows. That sentence trailed off in a direction I wasn't really expecting, but you should absolutely get those Pokemon Pop-Tarts out and try and sell them on eBay ASAP. Ahead of the Target release. Say it's like a pre-release batch. Get them graded. Oh my god, you should actually get those graded. You should 1000% get that shit graded. You know what? That's legitimately not a bad business idea. Like opening up a PSA grading service for all of this dog shit that scalpers get obsessed with, like Nidos. I'll open a PSA service for grading Nidos. I'll open one for like Pokemon Pop-Tarts, individual Pop-Tarts, even crumbs from Pokemon Pop-Tarts, and just PSA cert that shit. Well, it won't be PSA, but it'll be like the adjacent. The scalpers would absolutely do that, but it'd have to have some prestige to it. So maybe one of those other dog shit grading services already does that. Maybe they beat me to the punch. How do you grade a Nido? How much dirt it has? Or you just make it up. I had a PSA 8 Nido. There's a chipped corner. How would you objectively rate a food item? I wouldn't. It would just be basically whatever I'm feeling. Same way PSA does it right now. Would you ever chase the serialized Yu-Gi-Oh cards that just came out? Nah, probably not. They look very cool though. Bro, there's a PSA 9 graded blue crystal ice Joe Biden card on eBay for $49. Damn, what a deal. A PSA 9 Joe Biden? You seen the PSA 10 Osama? Yeah, I know the PSA 10 Osama. That's not for sale anymore, right? Collector already snatched that up, I'm pretty sure. Well, actually, there is still a listing. The 2001 Topps... Hold on, it's not loading. Maybe it's an old listing. No, it's still for sale. $1,000. Or no, sorry, $400. My mouse made that 3 look like a 1. The 2001 Topps Enduring Freedom number 19 Osama Bin Laden PSA 10. Actually, there's quite a few PSA 10 Osamas up for sale right now. Even the PSA 8 Osama is going for $200. Any updates on the world's biggest Pokemon collection thing? The Jolina Giselle collection? Not that I know of. Let's see. No. Do Digimon cards hold any value? I don't know. I'm not in the Digimon TCG space. You still have the Digimon binder you stole? Yep. I do still have it. I don't think they're worth anything, though. Let me see. See if there's any old ones up. There is a $1 million listing on eBay for the Digimon Digibattle First Edition Series Gold Stamp Uncut Sheet. I have a hunch that will never sell. Man, some of these eBay sellers are actually fucking... They're on like a different planet. For $408,000, a Metal Greymon PSA 10. It's the PlayStation promo. It says that it's Pop 2. Don't know if that's true or not. Because I feel like I have this card in that binder. You know, let me just go get that binder, actually, while I'm looking at Digimon cards. It's just right over here. 1 second. Alright. Here it is. I stole this in the 4th grade. Well, I didn't steal the binder. I stole the cards in the binder in 4th grade. And I thought I was going to hell for it for the longest time. His name was Bryce. God rest his soul. Let's see if I have that 408,000 Metal Greymon. But look, here's the original shit. Some cool stuff in here. There's a Greymon. Not foil, though. Maybe I just have a bunch of garbage, actually. Looking at it now, maybe I was just trash. Maybe I stole trash from him. There's, like, no foil. Brother, all we see is light. Oh, whatever. You're not missing anything. This is trash. Wow, I actually just stole poop from this guy. More embarrassing for him than it is for me. I just thought they were cool back in the day. Wow, genuinely nothing. This is all garbage. Holy shit. Wait, here, this might be something. This might be something. No, this is nothing. That's a power up, a power option card. That's the only, like, foil outside. Oh, wait! We got a Babamon. Foil Babamon. Hold on. Hold on. We might have something big here. Wow, you can't see that at all, can you? We got any Babamon fans? Let's see. Should I get this shit graded? Am I sitting on $1 million? A foil Babamon from the 2001 first set here. Gold stamp. Babamon. Let's see. Okay. Babamon. ST1, yep. Is that mine? Yep. ST115, which tells me that's a starter deck card. Actual trash. This whole binder is nothing but actual trash. There's no way a starter deck card is going to be worth anything. But, you know what? I can't find any data on anyone grading this. So this will be legitimately a Pop 1 card. Actually. This will genuinely be the only one. I'm gonna set that aside. Shit's going right to Beckett. Oh, wait, we got another foil. This one is a, Oh, wait, I'm just now noticing I have multiple cards. It's making me cough. There must be a bunch of dust flying up from this. I just noticed I jammed a bunch of cards in the same pockets. I wonder if I've missed anything. What? Oh my god! I don't know what's making me cough so much. Holy. Wow. It looks like there's only a few places where I put a few in the same pocket. We got the, Skull Merrimon. Skull Merrimon? Is this a big hit? Let's see. This is another starter deck card. Good lord. Good lord. Not a single one of these has ever been graded, though. Pop one. Pop one on my hands. Pop one. You know, looking through this, I'm starting to think maybe I didn't have that Metal Greymon. I really thought I did. I'm losing hope. I'm thinking I didn't. I do have a Garudamon though. Non-foil. And I got Greymon out the ass. Oh, Gatomon! Oh, not foil. I thought it was foil. Oh, I got excited. That probably would have been something. Oh, you know what I do have, though? I have, the Digimon movie cards. Oh, or at least I think this is from the movie. Yeah, it even has, MO on it, so this is definitely a movie card. Terriermon! This anything? Wow, this is actually making me cough a lot. There is... Wow! What is... wow, what is going on? There is a Terriermon for $200, but it's not that one. Oh, I got a Platinum Sukamon! Oh, this isn't from the first set, though. That's unlucky. Yeah, it's unlucky. Platinum Sukamon probably would have been a big one. Probably nothing. Graded anyway. Pop one. Pop one. Naturally, it's a PSA 10. It's been festering in this dust-ridden binder for 20 years. It's only been getting stronger. Metal Greymon! I did have one! I knew it! I knew it! Is this the $400,000 one, you think? What are the odds, huh? This is... Well, actually, this is from the first set, I think. Maybe there's a chance it's a little something. Maybe there's a chance. Could this be it? Not looking like it. No, it's not. Yeah. Wow, this sold for $1,200, this version. I'm in the right set but the wrong rarity. Unlucky, man. Shit. No. The one I have isn't 1,200. Sorry. I was just looking at another Metal Greymon, a PSA 9 of the $400,000 one. The one I have, I don't even see listed. Don't nobody want this fucking thing? That's such a shame. I'm right there. I'm on the cusp. I'm tickling it. No, I think we're cooked. That's probably my only Metal Greymon. I was a trash collector back in the day. Holy, it's all garbage. Actually, all garbage. Genuinely. Nothing but poop as far as the eye can see. Maybe this is something. Metal Garurumon. That might be something. It's a foil. Maybe this is something. This is not from the first set, though. This is the second set. Ah, it's a starter deck card. Fuck! Well, what a load of trash. But I got just about every single common card from the first set. The first booster and the starter decks. You hate to see it, man. You really do. I've also got a ton of these absolutely worthless cards that they used to print all the time back in the day for Pokemon and Digimon. Where it's these things. These god-awful, ugly things like the Topps cards. I have 1,000 of these awful things. I doubt these are worth anything. Those look awesome. Don't try and make me feel better. This shit looks like trash. Here's a cool Gabumon, though. Yeah, this is the 2000 upper deck line. Let's see, I'm curious. Non-foil, $10. Prism foil, $5. Somehow it's even cheaper. Wait a minute! There's some stupid asshole on eBay that's doing my strategy I was just kidding about unironically. He's fucking shameless loser. Look at this. This guy's doing exactly what I was saying. Pop 1! Gabumon Silver Prism exclusive! And it's Pop 1 because literally no one bothers to do this. Actually, no one bothers to send this trash in. It's working for him. He's got over 8K sales. Not from this, though. I highly doubt it's from this. Also, it's clearly not even Pop 1, by the way. Here's another one. Oh, this is CGC. So it's Pop 1 for PSA. You know what? Genuinely, I might just do that. Well, actually, no. Then I'm just gonna spend a ton of money on this awful, stupid idea for no reason. Because it's all a scam. You pay like hundreds of dollars to get your cards graded. But maybe I'll send in this entire binder of Digimon and just collect pop ones of common shit like Fridgemon. This snowman Digimon. Maybe I'll do it. You send those to PSA and they send you a video of them using it as toilet paper. Yeah, probably. I really thought I had a foil Metal Greymon. Like, I distinctly remember it. But I'm just having a false memory, I think. Maybe whatever poison was abundant in this binder that's causing me to cough so much is affecting my memory. Damn, I really, really thought I did. What do you mean you had? Bryce had. Well, not everything in this binder I stole from Bryce. I just stole some cards I liked, and I guess I liked trash. It's not all Bryce's. Man, did I just not like shiny things? Because I still have a lot of my old Yu-Gi-Oh cards I found not long ago. All commons. Basically all commons. Unless I got robbed at some point in my life. Maybe I just hated shiny shit. Just complete trash. Should have predicted the gross TCG market we have now. I know, I wish I did. I should have seen it coming, more so than most kids. Because I remember going on toywiz.com, still exists by the way, and I used to beg my parents to buy me singles. And when they would inevitably say no, I would print them off on the printer and make a little card out of them. I should have known where things were going. Look at the featured brand on ToyWiz. Is it Nito? Featured brand, K-pop, Demon Hunters, Super Mario Galaxy merch. Okay, I think I need to take this binder back. And Dragon Ball GT. Oh, nope, featured brand, Nito. Yeah, it's literally Nito. Despicable. Despicable. Alright, I'm taking this binder back and fucking putting it back in the sarcophagus. Were you ever into Bakugan? A little bit. You ever collect Duel Master cards? I had some, not many. You know what? I might actually have more Digimon cards. They'd be in the same box that the old Yu-Gi-Oh cards were in. I really, really think I have a foil Metal Greymon. I don't think I'm wrong about that. I think I might have just taken it out of the binder and put it with the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Man, that binder fucked me up. Now it's got me burping, farting, coughing. Jesus Christ. I used to collect novelty playing cards, but people kept borrowing them. That's cool, though. No, I haven't watched the Avatar movie. But we were talking about the leaks earlier. No, I'm not going to watch the leak. I'm just going to wait. I will just wait. Yeah, Mouse PI tomorrow. Any new police chases? Or no, I see, I misread that. A new police chase. Did you watch it 4 hours ago? Was it Midwest? This title sounds incredible. Suspect uses Nerf gun to escape police. It's members only, though. Oh, maybe it's not here. What police chase are you referring to? Putting police body cam footage behind a paywall is interesting. I think it's just limited time, like they do early release for members. Pretty sure. It was EWU. Man. Maybe there was like some like fucking weird dust or something in there. Don't think I can watch that. It looks like people got hurt. I don't do police chases where people get hurt. Yeah, we saw the naked man with the ambulance. It's the third column, second row. This one.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. You got your driver's license on you?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Yeah. Where's it at?
Right here.
Is that Batman? Yeah, he's got Batman hanging from there. Little Batman tie.
Where's it at?
That's pretty cool.
The owner of this
Batman
car
was famous for dealing drugs.
Phone for you.
Okay.
No problem.
Well, I'm Deputy Davis, Landscape Sheriff's Office. Reason why I'm stopping you is you failed to maintain your lane out there on the interstate.
God damn it!
An argument, and like it quickly ended. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
I just I'm on my way to my grandma's house because she's about to have open heart surgery.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just like really worked up because my grandma and me we're best friends, and I'm just freaking out.
Okay, are you traveling?
No, it's all good. That sounds terrible.
My mom and my niece are over there in that blue car.
Okay, where are y'all going to right here?
Right here, just the Dollar General. My niece had to pee.
Okay. And whose vehicle is this?
This is my boyfriend Ron's car.
Your boyfriend's car?
Yeah.
And how long are y'all going to be in Florida?
I don't know. I mean, well, he lives in Florida, so I'm going to be there for a few weeks. My mom and them will probably be down at my grandma's for like a week.
Hang tight for me just a second. We good? Yeah? No, not yet. Said he was in an argument. His niece had to pee, going to Florida for open heart surgery. His grandmother. But let me talk to you just a second. Oh, you went that way. But everything's okay with you? You're not having a medical emergency or nothing like that, are you?
I'm just worried about my grandma, and she's like 85 now. Sorry, I got my boyfriend on the phone because I didn't know if you needed to talk to him about the car.
No, I don't need to talk to him. But there's nothing illegal in your vehicle or anything like that. That's not
No.
nervous or anything.
No, I'm just nervous because you know, my niece is right there, and I'm just trying to get down to my boyfriend and my grandma. I'm just freaking.
Well, you never answered my question. There's nothing illegal in your vehicle, is there?
Just a little bit of pot.
That's what I thought. Step on out. Step on
Sir,
out.
please.
Undo your seatbelt and step on out.
God, I'm about to go to jail.
Damn.
Please put the car in park and step out. Don't make this worse than what it is. Put the car.
Am I going to jail?
No, if you put the car in park and get out, it'll be fine.
What I'm saying, do I have I don't have a warrant or anything?
No, get out of the car.
Please, sir. Look,
Get out of the car, sir.
can't do it.
You're fixing to wind up in jail. Get out of the vehicle. Put the car in park, please.
He's about to rip it.
Bud, your car's not in park. Do not take off or you really will mess up.
Yeah, please,
Put the car in park.
I can't do this.
There it goes. There it goes.
No, he's getting away. He's getting away.
Get out of the car now. Get out of the car.
He's fucking zooming.
Give me 10-3. Get out of the car.
Out of the car! Get out of the car!
Brett, back up some, bud.
I got eyes on
It seems like his story was real though, because someone else off camera yelled at him.
Out of the car!
Driver, get out of the vehicle. Get out of the vehicle now. Driver, get out of the vehicle now.
Out of the car!
Put your hands up and get out of the vehicle now. Sir, put your hands up and get out of the vehicle now.
Put the car in park!
I'm trying to sort it out right now. Sir, get out of the vehicle now.
Put the car in
Put the
park!
car in park now, Brett. Hold tight just a second.
Put it in park! Put it in park!
That's a lot of decisions. He's got the sticks up. Oh shit. Is that how you're supposed to deploy that? Because I thought that still had the condom on. Is that not just still in its wrapper? I feel like perhaps like you take that off first, right? You rip it. Well, no, like when he grabbed it here is what I'm saying. It's still in this, so I assumed like he'd be taking it out when he grabbed it from the trunk. But he's not. He ran over with it still covered. Or maybe that's just how it deploys. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Took off, he almost hit me with the car.
It is always in the wrapper. That's normal. Oh, okay.
Can you make it out?
Yeah, stay.
I got her. Wow, guys, she's in the parking lot. She's headed back towards the intersection.
I may have got him with the spikes.
Clouds, we're southbound on the interstate. Whoever's in front of me, go ahead and move out the way. Let me take lead. I will as soon as I get a chance. He's got some flat tires.
Man, that car's got some real get up and go to it. Oh, wow. Yeah, those two flat tires really making themselves known now.
He's got a black right tire that's bent where I'll make contact with the fast check up top. We're the 9 southbound speed about 100 miles an hour. Sounds clear. Give us some units in the file so we'll trip.
Jesus.
Think about it. Your state patrol. Change it out, will we? Go ahead, too. Go ahead and take him out. He's all over the road. He's like 10 feet from one of the other vehicles.
Oh, that's the pit maneuver.
Take him now. We got traffic on, buddy.
Oh, he's blocking it! Oh, he's blocking it! Oh, he's about to pit maneuver himself, actually. Holy. Good lord.
Loud. Every time I try to pull up next to him, he's trying to hit me. Wait till we get past the semi. Push there, state patrol, let him take primary. Let him take primary.
Oh, this is Georgia State Patrol? Jesus Christ. The Georgia State Patrol chases are always the most chaotic. This cop car probably has fucking wings on it or something to glide.
The moment immediately following the state trooper's pit maneuver, an officer calls out speeds of 100 miles an hour. Most agencies limit pits to speeds under 35, 45, or 50 miles per hour.
Yep, that's Georgia State Patrol for you. They legit do that shit all the time. That's crazy. That is diabolical. It risks literally everyone's life on the road when they do that. Genuinely. I was just saying that too, man. The Georgia State Patrol chases are always fucking crazy for that reason. They, like, actually treat it like it's burnout. I imagine this guy probably got hurt or worse. Probably won't finish that. That's brutal. No, he doesn't. Really? At those speeds?
but make exceptions for cases involving lethal force. High-speed pits are risky by nature, but some argue they increase safety by limiting the duration of a pursuit, pointing out that long pursuits are often the most dangerous.
What's the speed, Jared? We're at 100 miles an hour. GSP just pit, 1050 loud.
Jesus.
GSP just bit 1050 lounge.
Using dashcam and Google Maps, we found the trooper's average speed 5 seconds before the point of contact with the suspect's vehicle was estimated to be 103.9 miles an hour. Georgia State Patrol's pursuit policy is one of the most lenient in the entire country, having no limit on speed and instead deferring to officers to decide what is reasonable, which is what allowed them to legally proceed with the pit maneuver. Similarly, Arkansas State Police state the most dangerous thing for a trooper to do during a pursuit is nothing, noting that, like a mass shooting, the priority is to stop the threat to the public as fast as possible.
It's like following an active shooter in the mall or an active shooter in a school and hoping they're a bad shot.
Damn, he really did tank that. What's that car's crash safety rating? Holy. Man, at that speed, that's crazy. Not only is he alive, he's like not hurt or anything, it seems. Looks like his nose looks like his nose is bleeding, that's it. Jesus. All that over a little bit of weed. There's probably more than that. Probably wouldn't have run if it was just that. All that over grandma. Oh, yeah. Crystal meth that he threw out of the window.
Assault on a peace officer, felony fleeing eluding, felony purchase, possession, manufacturing, distribution, or sale of marijuana, and felony trafficking methamphetamine. He took a plea deal, pleading guilty to 1 count of aggravated assault on a peace officer and trafficking methamphetamine, while all other charges were dismissed. He was sentenced to 15 years, with the first 5 years being in prison and the remainder being on probation. He was also fined $1,500.
I thought you meant further up.
The Breaking Bad clip to top it off. How much was it? Like 9,000 or something. Yeah, so it wasn't the little bit of weed that he said. So that's why he took off. So a low-level drug dealer. Probably. That's what it seems like. Or they just had an amount clearly meant to sell, but maybe he's a high-tier drug dealer, and he just had a low supply in the car at the time. But yeah, maybe he's level 1. Personal use, his face showed tons of picking. I don't know, man. Almost 90 grams personal use. Quite a bit in the car. Maybe for grandma. Could be for grandma. I heard People of Note. It's an Expedition 33 like that's really good. I have not. By Expedition 33 like, do you just mean turn-based? Because Expedition 33 didn't invent that. Or do you just mean in terms of like style and theme or something maybe? I just mean turn-based. Gotcha. Not E33 like. You playing OSRS leagues this year? Nah. I don't really play leagues much. I like leagues. It's just hard for me to get into leagues. You tried any mech games? Of course I have. I want to go to some Lightning playoff games, so hopefully. When do you think One Piece is gonna end? I have no clue, man. I couldn't tell you. I would imagine within the next 5 years or so. Seems like it's wrapping up. But I could be wrong. Maybe it goes longer. You finishing Replace tonight? Won't finish it tonight. I think I'm only halfway through. I have not watched the mall show. Not yet. Are you hyped for the Sekiro TV show? Yeah, I hope it's good. I really hope it's good. No, I haven't seen the latest Invincible yet. You hyped for the Bloodborne movie at all? Yeah, I hope it's good. You ever play Satisfactory? Not my kind of game. So no, I don't really play it. I will, of course, be playing Pragmata, yeah. It'll be after Mouse PI. You see the shoe company pivoting to AI and the stock jumped 800%. Allbird. I didn't look into that, but I kept seeing that pop up on tons of headlines. Basically, it was a complete failure of a shoe company. And then they made like this announcement that they're going all in on AI to get like a bunch of, I don't even know what it was, GPUs and like selling computation power to AI services or something. And then all of a sudden everyone just pumped their stock. I don't know, I didn't look into it. But yeah, this felt like a very interesting thing. Allbird shares soar on a very 2026 pivot to AI. Shares of Allbirds, the 2010s pioneer of trendy sneakers, I've never heard of them, and eco-conscious millennial marketing took flight in an almost comical fashion Wednesday morning after the company announced an extremely 2026 pivot, abandoning its environmental agenda and getting into the AI business. Literally every company on the planet. The stock, which had been in the gutter since November 2021, shot up more than 600%, closed at $14.50, up 582% from Tuesday's close. Catalyst came from Allbirds' announcement that the company, once valued at $4 billion, would soon reemerge as a new entity with a focus on AI. What? No one's ever done this! Oh, I see why everyone started pumping it. Wow, nobody's doing that. What the fuck? Can you do that? AI... oh my god! Wow! Essentially, it's going to buy and rent out computing power to tech startups? It's genius. Whoa! The shift comes just weeks after Allbirds sold its footwear assets and branding to American Exchange Group, which specializes in selling licensed fashion accessories with already existing recognizable brand names for just $39 million. Oh, I bet this company's going to kill it in AI, though. They took a $4 billion business and sold it for $39 million. NFT bros are coming in their little trousers right now with those kind of returns. That's fucking business, baby. That's the kind of company that's going to be trailblazing in AI. Again, a highly underutilized market. No one's touching AI right now. They're bucking the trend. They're going where no brands dare to go. Into an AI pivot? Fuck! These guys are brave. These guys are so brave. Allbirds, which will be rechristened New Bird AI. Oh, God, that hurts. Eek. Yikes. Terrible name. New Bird AI. Ooh, more like No Bitches AI. Yikes. Said it executed a $50 million deal with an unnamed institutional investor to acquire high-performance GPU assets to begin transitioning into a fully integrated GPU as a service. Yes! Oh, I can't wait to hear who this unnamed investor is. We just signed... Actually, I'll make it known right now. I just signed a $200 million deal with an unnamed source in order to deliver more finals streams, guys. I didn't want to make it too known, but now I'm in the spirit. That's right. I'll make the investor known one day. One day. Dead Parrot. Despite the stock's sudden surge, though, Allbirds remains a shell of its former self. Market value was shy of $150 million at Wednesday's closing bell. Worth underscoring, the sneakers to AI pivot is not exactly part of the standard corporate playbook, and the novelty may have amplified investors' early enthusiasm. Investors, these are just brainless drones, man. These are actual, just like, hype goblins seeking out any kind of quick pump and dump. Investors, my fucking left butt cheek. I might short this. I'm not like a big stock guy, but this feels like the easiest, safest short of all time. Am I crazy? I feel like everyone's doing that now, though, so it probably won't work. I imagine genuinely everyone is shorting this right now. This is just so baloney. This is just such barnacles. Still not as annoying as Crypto Bros, but it's damn close. I would say it's getting to Crypto Bro level. Like, very... Like, you're right, I think Crypto Bro's still more cringe, but this is, like, right there. Like, one little fucking pube away from that level of cringe. Because it's every company. Genuinely all of them. This is a failing shoe company that all of a sudden just said, okay, we're pulling the emergency lever, AI, and then they're just getting showered with money. Apparently, Allbird was a Kickstarter company that sold shoes made with recycled sugarcane and eucalyptus. Ironically, Time magazine even praised their shoes because it reduced carbon emissions. And now look at them, fully pivoting into AI, the antithesis of that. You'll love to see it. It's a feel-good story. The name may have changed, but the values are still there. Allbird lives on in New Bird AI. Saving the world, one grok bikini photo at a time. The shift is notable for another reason. Allbird's low-profile, sustainable, wool-based shoes quickly became the Silicon Valley wardrobe staple when they launched in 2016. Arguably the peak of the lowercase L liberal do-gooder era of retail. What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? When marketers convinced upwardly mobile office workers that they could simply shop their way to low-carbon, zero-waste future they believed was in reach. Okay, that I remember. That's what they call it? I haven't heard that term. Allbirds were more than sneakers. They were political statements alerting wearers' status to fellow members of the coastal millennial techno-optimist tribe. Oh my god. What the fuck am I... This can't be real. This is so embarrassing. What? Yes, I consider myself something of a techno-optimist. You can tell by the shoes on my feet. You and I feel we'll get along. This narwhal does bacon at midnight, thanks for asking. Now, the go-to tech worker accessory has become the tech itself, and the tech itself is just the abstract promise of compute to power AI products that aren't exactly turning a profit yet. But any day now they will. That's the good thing about it. They're actually going to be spitting and shitting money. It's coming, and it's going to trickle down to the rest of us. It always does. That doesn't mean the new brand New Bird AI is doomed, but it does illustrate Silicon Valley and Wall Street's seeming willingness to reward any company that slaps the words artificial intelligence into its pitch decks. True. Very true. It's a virus. A genuine fucking virus. Underscoring just how much has changed since Allbird's heyday, the new company also plans to abandon its foundational commitments to environmental conservation. What? I can't believe it! The AI company is now abandoning environmental conservation efforts? Why, I never! The company, which one touted sustainability in every step, was established as a certified B Corp, or a for-profit business with higher than usual standards for its social and environmental impact. But its new business is a notoriously energy-intensive process, so the company plans to ask shareholders next month to approve a charter amendment to remove references to the company being operated for the environmental conservation public benefit, according to the regulatory filing, which will be approved. No doubt. After seeing the stock pump, no doubt. To be sure, Allbird's footwear business hadn't been going great lately. I certainly never heard of it. Over the years, you may have noticed there's a reoccurring side character I talk about on my channel from time to time. Someone who is by all possible definitions a hero. A very, very important presence in this country. And unfortunately, the only time his name is invoked is when there are some villains looking to murder him. Literally slit his throat on the street and spill his blood to our dismay. This is a hero that every normal person should be celebrating. It's like Moomin Rider from One Punch Man. Might not be the star of the show everyone's talking about, but it's someone that everyone should support, except for the bad guys. This character's name is Section 230. I got a little lost in the sauce with this introduction here. Section 230 is an extremely important piece of legislation that's been around for coming up on 30, well actually exactly 30 years, 1996. Wow. That really put in perspective how old I'm getting, because I'm 1994. I am older than Section 230, holy shit. But point is, outside of my bones turning to dust and everything, Section 230 is still young and spry and extremely important for the current landscape of the internet, and was a fundamental building block that allowed the internet to bloom in the first place. It's extremely simple. Even if you're hitting whippets right now, you'll still be able to comprehend what it's saying. No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Now, why am I bringing this up now? Well, it's because there seems to be a pretty big push to dismantle Section 230. Actor Joseph Gordon-Levitt actually just made a pretty strong statement in condemnation of Section 230 and how things desperately need to change to save ourselves.
I understand what Section 230 did to bring about the birth of the internet. That was 30 years ago.
You know what else was 30 years ago, Joseph? Your last good movie, dweeb. So even though it was 30 years ago, it is just as important today as it was then. Now, over the years, I'm sure a lot of you have heard me yap about Section 230 a handful of times because the people in power are trying to kill this fucking thing more often than Kenny in South Park. They hate Section 230. When Democrats were in charge, it caught a lot of scrutiny, claiming that it was enabling the spread of racism and harming children. With Republicans in power, they're claiming that it's spreading misinformation and anti-Semitism. This is a bipartisan punching bag that they desperately want to just beat down. It's just been thorn in the side of people that want to control your speech pretty much since its inception. Since the advent of the internet, Section 230 has been a target for people that want to control your speech and infringe on your First Amendment rights. And dismantling Section 230 would fundamentally change the internet as you know it, and that's not an exaggeration to say it. To put it even more simply, Section 230 allows goobers like me to post whatever they want, saying whatever they want, and the platform itself is not liable for whatever I've made or said. That is on me, personally. The platform isn't going to be, fucking dragged through the streets with legs spread like a goddamn Thanksgiving turkey for it and getting blasted by lawsuits or whatever. Now, of course, there are limitations in place when it comes to illegal content, things that actually break the law. That is, of course, a very different set of circumstances. That's a different can of worms, and that's handled differently. But it should be obvious why Section 230 is so important, because if these platforms were held liable for every single thing people post on their platforms, they would get into a lot of hot water and they would just not allow people to post things. Full stop, because it would be too dangerous to do so. They would need to micromanage and control every single thing that hits the platform in order to protect themselves. No matter how you spin it, this would ruin the internet. It's a pile of dog shit. No matter how much perfume gets sprayed on it or how they want to repackage it, it still stinks. This would affect literally every platform that has anything user submitted in any capacity at all.
And I also understand how the internet has changed since then. Because back then, message boards and other websites with user-generated content, they really were more like telephone carriers. They were neutral platforms. But that's not how things work anymore. Today, the internet is dominated by a small handful of these gigantic businesses that are not at all neutral.
So nothing's changed. Brother, wake up! Stop sipping the stupid potion. These mega corporations, these platforms, they've never been neutral. Just because you want to delude yourself into fantasy land thinking that it used to be neutral just because you didn't want to pay attention doesn't mean that's the actual truth of the matter. They've never been neutral.
But instead, algorithmically amplify whatever gets the most attention and maximizes ad revenue. And we know what happens when we let these engagement optimization algorithms be the lens that we see the world through. We get a mental health crisis, especially amongst young people. We get a rise in extremism and a rise in conspiracy theories. And then, of course, we get these echo chambers. These algorithms, they amplify the demonization of the other side so badly that we can't even have a civil conversation. It seems like we can't agree on anything.
These are the same talking points I've heard for over a decade now, and I'm sure many of you are exhausted of hearing them as well. This is the textbook yap. And now I know I said Joseph was drinking the dummy potion earlier, but the truth of the matter is he's shilling. There are people that are paying a lot of money to try and plant this idea in your brain that Section 230 is a bad thing. It only leads to things like extremism and conspiracy theories and demonization and that kind of thing. That's not true. Anyone who stops and thinks about this for even just a moment, firing on a few neurons, should be able to recognize how outrageous this proposal is. How would shutting down conversation and shutting down the ability to express thoughts and opinions somehow help combat the rise of extremism and conspiracies? That would only exacerbate the problem. Censorship doesn't solve these issues. It makes them worse. This is a tool utilized by people that want to control your thoughts and also be able to feed you any narratives they want to spin. Like right now, if there is a publication that puts out just a bunch of phony baloney nonsense, tons of people can call it out. And you, as just a normal, average Joe Schmo, can see like, oh, maybe this isn't a trustworthy source. But if you take away all those other voices and you only have this heavily curated, approved source that puts this information out that is incorrect, you have no recourse. You have no way of knowing that something is wrong. It's a big problem. It makes you worse off. And this is not some far-fetched example. Platforms would not allow just completely unfiltered usage of normal people expressing their thoughts because those thoughts might go against the official narrative from the curated source. And then the curated source might go after the platform saying, this is defamatory. These people have just said something hosted on your platform and we're coming after you with lawsuits. So they just wouldn't allow it. To extend this even bigger, Netanyahu has publicly, proudly stated that one thing he believes Israel needs to focus on is controlling platforms like TikTok. He has said this because he wants to better control the narrative around Israel because, well, a lot of people aren't huge Israel fans these days, if you can believe it. So he wants to control the conversation about Israel through being able to control how it's talked about on TikTok, which obviously would mean anyone that wants to start talking about Palestine and the atrocities and the genocide in Palestine would be muzzled because, well, that would now be something that TikTok would be liable for, and they don't want to take the chance anymore. Section 230 is extremely valuable in free speech.
And yet, one of the only things that the American public seems to agree broadly on right now, left, right, and center, Republicans, Democrats, independents, we all agree that we don't trust these big tech businesses and we don't like the influence they're having on our lives and the lives of our kids. Well, if we want to do something about that, the right first step is to sunset Section 230. It's not going to solve everything, but it is the right first step.
It is indeed the right first step for these corporations and political vampires. It would create a society of thoughtless sheep that would be perpetually silenced and censored. That's what would happen with Section 230 no longer being applicable if they did just get rid of it. It's ridiculous, and of course you knew they were going to dust off the tried and true tactic of think of the children. Any time that this kind of topic is brought up, that is undoubtedly going to show up. Children being poisoned by social media. I hope you're sitting down because there's going to be a shocking statement here. There's a brave take. Be a parent. Kids shouldn't be on social media in the first place. They shouldn't have unmonitored access to the internet to begin with. Be a parent. It is not the internet's job to cater to your lack of parenting by just letting your kid online. Fucking lazy, trash-ass parents just sit a kid in front of a computer or an iPad and then are stunned when apparently they find bad shit. Be a parent. Be involved in your kid's life. Raise your children. Don't make it the internet's job to do that for you. This is something I've said for over a decade now, and it keeps coming up. It's unbelievable that some people still think that this is some kind of slam dunk and like a good justification for getting rid of Section 230. It's so concerning. And going even deeper here, they keep saying that this rolling back of liability protection for tech companies would help enforce real accountability. By the way, how about real accountability for bad parents that just let their kids online? He then pointed to the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Something needs to change. Big tech needs to be incentivized to protect kids online, and if they don't, they should be held civilly liable. Sunsetting Section 230 won't destroy the internet, and nothing we are proposing will impact our First Amendment rights, said Bridget Noring, whose son Devin died by fentanyl poisoning after connecting with a drug dealer on a photo messaging service Snapchat. What it will do is end blanket immunity without responsibility for tech companies. That is tragic, and I am very sorry to hear about the loss of her son. However, what she is saying absolutely would destroy the internet. This has been a conversation that's been had for decades. You can go and look at all of the data and why this hasn't happened before in the past, because there has been enough sense from people to shoot it down eventually, even though it does sometimes make it kind of deep through the motions. Eventually it has been getting shot down because of how important these freedoms are and how it does impact First Amendment rights in a lot of cases. Also, that statement about ending blanket immunity for these companies, that's not really going to be the end result of 230 being destroyed. And also, there's not really a blanket immunity in general for everything either, because, again, illegal content is still not allowed. Notably, on Twitter, like a month or two ago, there was a huge issue where users were using Grok to undress children in photographs. They were taking photos of children and asking Grok to take their clothes off. So they were spreading child porn throughout Twitter. That is highly illegal. That is a horrible thing. And that is something that is not protected. Now, I know I've been yapping about this for a while, and I've made quite a few videos yapping about Section 230 in general because it's something that continues to be targeted. It is something that if you don't know about it, you should know how important it is that it remain. It should not be something that is just fucking destroyed and abandoned. So don't fall for like the brainwashing here that Section 230 bad. That's just not true. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. Yep. Have you ever wanted to be sued? Perhaps. Have you ever wanted to be sued by multiple entities at the same time, filling every orifice with a lawsuit? I would imagine no. That's an awfully hot copied spot. We're talking about Pikmin copying the homework of multiple big titles to like an almost comical degree. Like this would be something that I feel like would be almost satirical from like a game development student in college making this as like a, I don't know, a project piece for class. Never actually anticipating selling it or anything because they know that they would get fucking biblically smacked down by the companies that they are heavily borrowing from. And borrowing is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. That is loosey-goosey because it is almost one-to-one carbon copy a clone. That's right, I'm talking about Pikmin. Pikmin is a game that came out of nowhere with a trailer that kind of got a lot of eyebrows raised because it is strikingly similar to Power World, Pokemon, Zelda, and even a sprinkle, a hint of Overwatch. So Pikmin is being developed by a studio named Pocket Pair, who has a remarkable track record of their first game. Now, the name Pocket Pair might have, made you feel like you'd heard it before, and it's because you're probably getting it confused with the developer of Power World. Their name is Pocket Game. It seems Pocket Pair was very inspired not only by Power World itself, but even the studio's name. They wanted to take inspiration from almost one-to-one. Not only studio name, they also really liked the description that Palworld uses on their Steam page, because they lifted that bitch almost one-to-one as well. Dive into a vast, uncharted continent filled with ancient civilizations and mysterious creatures called Pikmin. In this multiplayer open-world survival crafter, you'll team up with your Pikmin to fight, farm, and build industrial empires while thwarting a shadowy organization's plot. Now let's take a peek at what Palworld describes its game as. Fight, farm, build, and work alongside mysterious creatures called pals in this completely new multiplayer open-world survival and crafting game. That's pretty close. To me, it sounds like Pikmin, the developers, said, "Hey Grok, can you take this description and add a few more words to it, maybe a little buzzwords about fight, farm, and fuck your way to the top or something with our Pikmin?" It's pretty close. The DNA is still very much intact. Now, Pikmin is being published by a company called Network Go, whose name to me already feels fishy. That sounds like the name of the Wi-Fi at my local coffee shop. Like, everything about Pikmin is just so peculiar, and it's apparently a very real game that they're looking to release. And when you watch this trailer, we watched it on stream, when you look at this, you will immediately see that this isn't some kind of Palworld situation where it's very clearly existing in a very similar genre with similar designs to Pokemon, but completely changing the formula to something unique for its own identity. It is actually taking one-to-one elements from these games and then just fucking fisting it into this trailer here haphazardly. It is actually like borderline plagiarizing these properties. It's pretty ridiculous. Have you seen the game Pikmin that's copying Pokemon, Palworld, Breath of the Wild, and somehow Overwatch? I haven't watched the trailer, but I heard about it from a buddy of mine. Let me check it out. Am I on 2x speed? No. That just seemed like it was fucking schmoovin'. Pikmin! I feel like Nintendo's gonna send me a cease and desist just watching this trailer. That's pretty shameless. That is pretty shameless character design there. Who's making this? What studio's making this? Pocket Game. Let's see. They don't even have a website. This is literally just a random Steam dev. This is all they have. A studio with no fear, that's who. True! That's actually just Lucario, isn't it? Am I on the crack pipe? It's just Lucario wearing some work gloves. No, that's clearly not Pikachu. That didn't look like Pikachu at all. He had like a mullet. Wow. Yeah, they really stole directly from Palworld and Pokemon. Huh. That is shameless. And that's just Roadhog. That is just source filmmaker Roadhog. Wow. Wow. I guess the strategy is get sued for marketing, maybe, is the idea. Oh, didn't mean to click that. There's apparently an after credits scene here. It's probably gonna be Luigi or something. Steal from literally everything. Bro, that's literally Pikachu. I mean, yeah, they did just direct rip many things. Pretty interesting. It feels like a stupid idea. Because, like, Pow World, while it's clearly Pokemon inspired, it's totally different, night and day, to a Pokemon game. This is literally using Pokemon models and direct ripping Pal World game. Like, there's no argument. I still can't get over just how egregious it is. They didn't even bother trying to hide it at all. They literally have Roadhog. They have Roadhog. I wouldn't be surprised if they just took the assets from these games and just said, alright, now they're in Pikmin. Now it's not Roadhog, it's Pickhog. Or it'd be Hogmon or something. It's out of control. And the Pikachu, that one, that is a giggle-worthy moment because it is actually Pikachu, but then they just put on like a faux hawk or something and said, no, it can't be Pikachu. Pikachu doesn't have a faux hawk, don't be ridiculous. That's clearly something very different. It's a Pikmin, not a Pokemon. I am so interested to see how this unfolds because it is taking a lot from quite a few huge games without even really attempting to pretend that it's unique to Pikmin. I have to imagine that there will be like cease and desist letters hitting their doorstep pretty quickly. I would wager a guess based on the trailer here. Now maybe this is all placeholder stuff and they plan on overhauling the designs by launch. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the strategy is. It is mind-boggling. I had to yap about it a little bit. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Review bomb battles aren't rare, but they are embarrassing. And right now there is a bloody showdown going on between Breaking Bad fans and Game of Thrones fans.
The most recent episode, In the Name of the Mother, was originally sitting at a 10 out of 10, which is quite common when a really good episode of a show releases because fans will flood the ratings with 10 out of 10s before it eventually settles a little bit lower when the less hardcore fans give it a rating. But there wasn't really a chance for this to happen. Soon after release, the episode started getting review bombed, as you can see by this perfectly natural voting distribution. I guess the show is either a 1 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10.
This shit is always so cringe. I've said it a million times. I think Breaking Bad is a perfect television series, and this episode in particular, I think 1000% deserves a 10 out of 10. Till the cows come home. If the universe lasts another 10 billion years before the heat death, I hope at that moment Ozymandias will still have a 10 out of 10 rating, because that's what it's earned. I think it is an incredible masterpiece. But that doesn't mean that nothing else can ever be a 10 out of 10. There can only be one. Shit, even the Sith in the fucking Star Wars universe had the rule of 2 at the very least. It's ridiculous how there's like this gatekeeping of 10 out of 10 from the Breaking Bad fans. So anytime something even starts to like encroach on that sacred ground, on the Ozymandias sacred ground, they start review bombing it without ever having seen it at all, just to fuck it. It's so embarrassing. Like, there's a group of people in every fandom that for some reason take it so seriously that they put the achievements and the accolades of the property they're a fan of on their own soul. So in this case, there are people whose entire identity and personality revolves around being a defender of Breaking Bad and ensuring that this 10 out of 10 remain unsullied by anything else coming close, and they'll fight tooth and nail for it. It's just so embarrassing because, like, they feel personally attacked because another show has an extremely good episode, like in this case, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms with In the Name of the Mother. I am a huge fan of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I already made a video recently glazing it, which thankfully has not aged poorly or anything because this show is only getting better. The finale airs tonight. I'm extremely pumped for it. And I think that this was an incredible episode of the television show. Do I think it would have stayed a 10 out of 10 without the review bombing? No, I don't think so, because it's not a 10 out of 10 episode. Very few things are. It probably would have settled in like the 9, 7-ish range if I had to spitball. But the fact that it got review bombed in there and just fucking dragged to hell for the crime of just being an extremely good episode of a television series is so fucking silly.
Well, due to having a 10 out of 10, and the only other episode of a show with a 10 out of 10 being Ozymandias from Breaking Bad, when the review bombing started, people were quick to blame Breaking Bad fans. And I'm sure a lot of the review bombers were, but also some people just like causing chaos. Well, anyway, the news that Breaking Bad fans were review bombing the show went viral, and in turn, Game of Thrones fans decided to retaliate, review bombing Ozymandias, which held a rating of 10 out of 10 for basically 13 years. But after the recent review bombing, is now sitting at a 9.7 with a massive 71,000 one-star reviews.
That is a very good point. There's no 100% confirmed evidence to suggest every single one-star review bomb that came out of nowhere was from Breaking Bad fans or anything. There definitely are people that just want to poo-poo on anyone's fun and do what they can to shove a little misery wherever they are able to. So it's definitely possible it's just people that did it for the sake of, fuck you guys and that's it. But there were some very vocal Breaking Bad fans going through the marching orders of review bombing this and getting a lot of people on their side to do it, at least from what I saw. And what is clear is after that story went viral, as Dolan Darkest said, then Game of Thrones fans responded by review bombing Ozymandias, and now it is no longer at the 10 out of 10, which is just, that's an affront to God. Because I do think it is a 10 out of 10 episode. There's a reason why it's held a 10 out of 10 for 13 years. And now it's gone. Fizzled. Over what? Why? Why spill this blood? Why can't multiple shows be extremely good? Why can't there be 10 out of 10 episodes in more shows? I would rather that world as opposed to just one 10 out of 10 ever made. Like, I don't see why Breaking Bad fans get upset if there's another show that gets, teetering on a 10 out of 10 or extremely close, whatever, that they feel they need to start review bombing to keep it in line so that way there's only ever one. I would much rather a world where many shows are having 10 out of 10 masterpiece performances because that's much more entertaining than just getting served dog shit.
Similar things have also happened in the past with Attack on Titan fans and Breaking Bad fans review bombing each other. You can tell it's bad because the next episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which actually hasn't even released yet, has also been review bombed. The entire thing is basically just next level unemployed activities.
True. Dolan's right. So yeah, even the episode that's airing in a couple of hours from now is already been review bombed here because of this pointless loser fight.
Here's some of the more pathetic reviews from either side. We've got this Breaking Bad fan giving it a 1 out of 10 and saying, Game of Thrones can never be a percent of Breaking Bad. Bunch of cornball fighting over this medieval slop, just stories of kings and kingdoms. I have seen better in that genre too, but this is too overrated and review bombings won't even change the fact that Breaking Bad has been 10 out of 10 for more than a decade. And Game of Thrones, even in hundreds of years with hundreds of sloppy spin-offs, can never do it for once.
Jesus Christ, Junior, from the sound of your message here, it doesn't even sound like you were alive when Breaking Bad was airing. Holy fuck, did he write that review on construction paper with a box of crayons? My God. I think that is the perfect epitome for these review bombing soldiers here, the champions on the front lines of these review bomb battles between fandoms. That right there is the perfect summation of their mentality. Actual baby brain.
And we've got this one from a Game of Thrones fan. The last thing you're ever going to see is a Game of Thrones fan smiling down at you as you lose your rating. When people ask what happened here, tell them the North remembers. Tell them winter came for Breaking Bad. Not every story is about a chemistry teacher with ego issues. Some episodes are about character depth, atmosphere, tension before the storm, subtle storytelling.
Holy Redditor, I can actually hear the grease and fedora slipping off of his cranium as he typed that one up. To be fair, you have to have a high IQ to understand review bombing, am I right? Oh my goodness gracious.
It's just embarrassing, man. I mean, I guess Breaking Bad fans were the ones who started it. The best outcome I can think of is that IMDb just wipes all the fake ratings from both shows over the last few days, and the people involved go out and apply for a job or something. You're allowed to like both shows, guys. It's not a competition. Thanks. for slopping by.
I don't know if that's something IMDb often does with getting rid of baloney, bogus reviews that are very clearly like this, a review bombing back and forth buttfuck fest. I don't know if they do that, but if they don't, probably should. I think it is such a crime that because of all of this hoopla, Ozymandias is no longer a 10 out of 10. And as Dolan said, it does seem like Breaking Bad fans were the ones that started this just completely unnecessary nonsense review bombing war, all because A Night of the Seven Kingdoms had a banger episode that was doing really well on IMDb. And now look where we are. All this bloodshed for what? Nothing to show for it. War. War never changes. Yeah, review bombs are cringe. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. New crazy Florida chase just dropped. Look up Wild Chase in Florida Keys. Let's see. I bet this one goes crazy. 2 weeks ago from Scooper. A big police response. Is there audio right now? Because if it's only in the left channel, I won't hear it. My left earbud doesn't work.
This one?
Oh, multiple angles.
There's a Range Rover coming up on me right now.
Oh man, they insta-pit maneuvered this guy. Whoa! Jesus Christ! Now how's anyone gonna use this road without that sign? I gotta shut the whole bitch down. Man, this thing really ate that pit maneuver like it was a fucking hamburger. Wow. He's got the turn signals going, that's nice. He's not forgetting his road etiquette. He said, I don't respect the speed limit, but I will respect my turn signals. Oh, oh, oh! Hit a banana peel.
We're slowing down right now. Past other vehicles, 80 fluctuating between 70 and 90.
Oh, he's lurking. He's hunting for another pit maneuver. I can smell it. Oh, he wants it. Oh, he wants it.
There's 3 or 4 behind me coming up on another trooper now. Passing the 96, 96.
He's trying to throw him off with that turn signal there. It's a ruse. Yep, he's going for it again. Nope, nope, he's pulling off. He can't pit on this side. This guy knows it. He's familiar with the tactics. And that Range Rover's got some real get up and go to it. That thing can really scoot. He's lucky Steven Seagal's not in this jurisdiction. Dude will be catching up to him on foot. I think he's losing his opportunity for a pit maneuver. It's getting pretty crowded now. Fire the harpoon! I was wrong. You instantly just prove me wrong. I look like a real dummy now. Oh, the legendary 0 mile/hour pit maneuver. What was that? It sounded like he started building something out of Legos. What happened there? What the fuck happened? Ramp that shit off of a tow truck! Briefly interrupting this police chase just to let you all know the Cheeky free rinse soap is back in stock right now at usecheeky.com. We have the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com. People have been asking me to remind them when the restocks happen, so that's me doing it right now, presently. Oh! He really greased it. This officer really wants that pit maneuver, man. Is he gonna do it? Oh! No. I thought he was gonna go for that that real low speed pit again. Oh, they spiked him! Damn it, it's not enough to stop the Range Rover! God, what are those tires made out of? Tungsten? Dude's got the adamantium rims. This shit probably reinflated. And there's someone at the Ring doorbell at the officer's house. What pandemonium. Man, this is quite an advertisement for a Range Rover, I'll tell you what. This thing eats pit maneuvers, spike strips. Nothing slows it down. There's no way the officer's gonna pit on this side, right? That'd be ridiculously reckless. No, there's no way. Is this off? Wait, is this guy insane? He'd send him barreling towards oncoming traffic. He'd take out an innocent bystander. Oh, they're splitting it. Did he? Oh, he pumped the brakes, yep. I think he's losing speed. Yep. Looks like he got a little bump there. Man, this is a really good tour of the Key Largo area. I feel like I've seen everything. Oh god, the landmines. Damn, speed bumps. Ah, shit. Oh, good heavens. Oh, boy, howdy. The country club was not expecting this level of action. Good God, there's bumps. Oh, not again. The shocks can't take much more. Imagine the car drove into the water and turned into a sub. Yeah, imagine he hits the fucking submersible tech. Uh-oh. He's off-roading. Man just transported to Narnia back there. That's a parked tow truck. Someone ramp it off that bitch now. Man, the cop was not about that action. He said, "I'm not going in the forest. You won't find me going in the trees." Ah! Oh, this cop just wants to pit maneuver anything that moves. He almost got his fellow officer. Oh, shit! That tire's completely gone! He's running on rims! This is probably curtains, right? No, they're squeezing him. They're putting the squeeze on him. Yep. Kablam. Oh, wait a minute! He's engaging the afterburners! He's turbo boosting! I like that the officer tried to chase him on foot there for a little bit. Man thought he was Superman for a second. Oh, God! If I was that guy in that vehicle, I would be beyond pissed right now that the officer just wrecked my shit for no reason. No, not the boat! Oh, God, not the boat, too! No!
See if you can get MC Soda set up.
Is this an instant replay, or is this still going somehow? This has to be an instant replay, right? Just a different angle? Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're just seeing it from the other officer's perspective, different POV. Man, they got every angle here. That truck is desperately trying to get out of the way. He's like, oh, fuck. No, I've seen this movie before. Not my truck. According to a news source, the boat cost $250K and the owner bought it 20 minutes ago. I'm sure the officers will cover it. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. They'll personally reimburse him. I'm certain. It's on their to-do list. Just give them some time. Oh man, that's brutal. Shoved up against the lockers here, right into this guy's brand new boat. Dual prop boat just getting manhandled. Fresh off the lot. What? I'm assuming they just get him out of the vehicle. Yeah, it looks like that's it. Oh, that's ear piercing. Holy. That's deep fried audio.
He's coming? Yeah, they were on standby. I'm waiting on the phone.
Can I learn a little bit about this guy? Bring him into this vehicle for an interview.
Over here across the street, like done. What do you mean? Like the engine done, or? I don't know. My record is done. He hit me. I got in front of him and he T-boned me. Oh, shit. So crazy seeing how low this guy was. Oh, he was unbelievable. Holy shit.
Look, boys, I know what I did was wrong, but how much fun did we have driving together, huh? So on November 4th, deputies and state troopers said Christopher Brinkley, 23 of Great Falls, Virginia, crashed a rented Range Rover into a trailered boat in Isla Mirada after authorities used multiple pit maneuvers trying to get him to stop. It started, authorities said, after Monroe County Sheriff Office deputies stopped Smithers in Key Largo after he nearly sideswiped her and was driving erratically. According to the report, he was wearing dark sunglasses despite overcast weather, appeared visibly fidgety and restless, now facing multiple charges including fleeing and eluding. Investigators said he told deputies he had taken Adderall, no alcohol was in his system. So it seems like it started because he nearly sideswiped someone. Who out of the boys would last the longest in a police chase? Oh, unquestionably Matt. No doubt in my mind. You get compensated. My car was hit by a car chase years ago. City paid for damages 12 years ago in Texas. Really? I've heard numerous times that you don't. Maybe it varies from precinct to precinct would be my guess. I don't know. If you would have come to me 5 months ago and told me that potentially the best movie of 2026 was going to be a horror film, I would have poked in the eyes like Captain Insano and told you to get out of my house. Would have been trying to have you institutionalized for such a delusional idea. But now look at us. Farting and shitting in the reality where the best movie this year really might just be the horror film I just got back from. Obsession. A lot of people have been glazing it. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the hype around it, and I know I've been very vocal and you're probably tired of hearing me whine and squeal about how exhausted I am of this marketing tactic, specifically in regards to horror films where everything has to be the scariest movie ever made. Oh, no, it's run, don't see it, no, it's too scary, you can't handle it, it's gonna be piss all over the fucking seat, don't go see this new horror movie, it's too scary, like with Long Legs. And I know every time I review a horror movie now, I can't help but make that mention, just always fucking shooting spitballs at Long Legs for the marketing around it. The point is, this movie had a lot of hype, and nowadays that makes me kind of skeptical, like, okay, might not be all that special. But in the case of Obsession, I think exceeds all expectations I could have had based on the early reviews, and even the trailer. The trailer looked good, but this is much better than the trailer led me to believe. I went into this kind of expecting something in the vein of Wish Upon, which is one of the fucking worst horror movies ever made. Actually an insult to cinema. Like, that right there is why you could make a strong argument that we were never meant to have this technology, because what that captured is a fucking sin. Wish Upon is a terrible film, but there is something in Wish Upon that is shared in Obsession, which is a wish for love, which overwrites a human being's free will to bend to that wish for the person who made it. It's a fun concept that is ruined in Wish Upon, but explored beautifully in Obsession. And now, after having watched this film, I feel like I can say with confidence, the best horror movies are being made by YouTubers. Raka Raka crushed it with Talk to Me, came back for the double whammy with Bring Her Back, which I thought was one of the best films of that year, and now this film, Obsession, is also a YouTuber-directed film. This comes from Curry Barker. And this is so far my favorite movie of the year. I really liked it. And I think what, elevates it, the concept is pretty simple. And like I said, it actually isn't the most unique concept ever. Making a wish for someone to fall in love. Fucking Fairly Odd Parents had something like that with Timmy and Trixie at one point. So, it's not the most unheard of concept. And you can immediately deduce where it will go, where it becomes an obsession, stalking, that kind of thing. But what really gives it that extra oomph is the performances from the main characters. So, Bear, played by Michael Johnston, and Nikki, played by Inde Navarrete. I'm sure I fucked the name up, I'm super sorry. But they both gave such a great performance, in particular the actress who plays Nikki. Extraordinary. They are really able to sell everything in this film to you. And it does a great job of tiptoeing on the line of being comedic at points, and also just being extremely unnerving. This movie does some great tension building. I just have zero complaints about this film. I also like that it unapologetically uses weirdness. It uses, tactical cringe, where it's self-aware of what it's doing because it's part of what's happening. He has made a wish to make the girl of his dreams fall in love with him, and now she is obsessed, but it's not her, and they make that point pretty clear that this is now basically just some kind of, demon that's piloting the body here, under the orders of the wish that he made. And so they'll occasionally have the real Nikki come through at very rare instances, and it snaps from her being all over him and in love to then just freaking out help, it's not real, it's not me, that kind of thing. The film is not afraid to be weird. It doesn't just try and rely on the normal standard horror movie cliches you've seen a bunch, though there are a few cliches sprinkled throughout. It does try and just be odd, and I really appreciate that. So very uncomfortable scenes, one scene I know popped off pretty recently where they're at a dinner and he asks, hey, that thing about your dad dying, is that real? And then she just starts going no, freaking out, I thought we were having a nice date, in front of the whole restaurant. It's really uncomfortable. There's also other scenes like that where when he goes to work and she's off, she just stands there and basically goes into low power mode and just stands there smiling at the door for like 8 hours, and she's pissed herself, she's shit all over the floor, covered in vomit and stuff. Like, it does just get weird and uncomfortable and unnerving. And I think that really helps sell the unpredictability of each scene as they're building all of this tension. Because you don't know if it's going to go in like a comedic direction where, like, at a party, she has to do something for a drinking game, and it ends with her reading a really odd passage from a book that she's working on, and everyone's all weirded out. She's completely ruined the whole vibe of the party. And then she just goes into like wacky maniacal laughter. Ah, just joking. No, I'm joking about joking. So what if I'm fucking serious? Like that kind of thing. And it's not afraid to like slow burn these scenes. This is a horror film that actually does a good job of being scary and frightening without just using like the standard like demon jump scare or something like that. Like, again, there are jump scares, but at the end of the day, this is still a human being that you're watching. At no point does she like transform into some kind of like, you know, monster creature or anything like that. It's not even like very violent or gory. There is some violence and gore in there, but it very, very seldom. It really is impressive just how effective it is at making you like, I don't know, kind of tense up just by having a scene with a bunch of darkness in there and she's talking in the darkness. Like, there's a lot of scenes where they're showing her where you can't even really make out her face. So then you are sitting there trying to, like, figure out what facial expression she's even making. And it's really effective. Like, I have, like, no complaints about this film whatsoever. They also do a good job of making you not exactly the biggest fan of the main guy either. Because what he's done is fucked up. And even after he starts to piece it together that wish that he made on basically a fucking toy turns out to be real, he kind of just like, okay, so what if it's not real? I still get to have sex with her. So he's taking advantage of this, and one of his friends is like, hey man, it really seems like you're taking advantage of her and she's going through like a psychotic episode. So like, it does a good job of like actually making you kind of root against the main character as well. Like, everything this film tries to do, I think it does extremely well. I was blown away by how much I was enjoying this film. And like I said, it is self-aware. So when it is giving you like those cringe moments, being very on the nose, or giving you like really wacky over-the-top scenes of this, you know, like stalker type behavior and like, you know, crying like, oh, why don't you love me? That kind of thing. Or like even just something really over the top, like you cooked my cat, that kind of stuff. All of it works. All of it flows so well in this film. And I think a big part of that falls onto just how great the acting was. The performances really did complement it amazingly. Like I said, no complaints about this film. So far, it is my favorite film of the year. There are some heavy hitters coming out in the next few months, and especially towards the end of the year with the Dune 3, so I guess we'll see if it stays my favorite movie of the year, but man, this was very strong. I am so pleasantly surprised by how good this movie was. Man, I just keep reflecting on some of the scenes. I'm avoiding spoilers for the most part in this one. I'm giving you just more broad strokes about this, and I know I usually dive into spoilers, but for this one I'm going to make a special exception because I really think that this is something pretty special here. Again, and it uses a concept that I don't think is special or unique, like the wish gone wrong type thing. We've seen that explored millions of times, just not like this. And I would even go a step further and say that even some of the story beats that it hits, I've seen before in other films. It's not that unique, but it's the way that they get there and the way that they build it and the way that they shoot it, the way that they use lighting here and the way that they convey it, especially through the performance of the lead actress, is unique. Something that I think is very special to this film. It is extremely rare. I can't even really think of more than a couple of films ever that have made me feel secondhand embarrassment. And I mean that as a compliment because that's what it was going for in those scenes. It's supposed to make you uncomfortable. I do not get uncomfortable with movies or horror games or anything like that usually. It's very, very rare. But this film was able to pull that off. Like, it actually does such a good job at what it set out to do with each of its scenes, with the tension or the cringe. Like, I really am impressed. Again, so far, my favorite film of the year. I highly recommend checking it out if you like horror movies at all. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Are you happy? If the answer to that question is yes, then stay far away from Pokemon tournaments. You turn the cheek, run the other direction as quickly as you can, Buster, because that is an environment where joy and whimsy goes to die. It has now been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that the biggest dweebs on this planet are Pokemon judges, and they are like Dementors. They will suck the happiness out and will punish you for even the slightest signs of happiness. If you celebrate, I hope you're ready to go to jail, because Pokemon competition is more joyless than an active war zone. It is cutthroat. 2 weeks ago, I made a video covering a situation where a Pokemon Go player won a tournament, but because he celebrated, they punished him by taking the win away, thus his opponent ended up winning the tournament because of it. It was an automatic loss, which gave his opponent the win. Because of excessive celebration, deeming it unsportsmanlike. Just as a reminder, this is the celebration they punished.
Now on his 11th one, he is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
Pokemon judges are literally the fun police. That is the entirety of his celebration after winning this tournament. He sets his headset down and gives one pump, then shakes his opponent's hand. I get more animated when my Uber Eats gets here. Like, that is about as tame a celebration as you can possibly fucking find. That is the epitome of sportsmanship. He's happy, he's emotionally won, but he doesn't become, over the top with it. He doesn't stand on the chair and slam 2 beers together like Stone Cold Steve Austin, or start butt-chugging brewskis or something, saying fuck you to his opponent and say, get out of here, pussy, lean over, give him a wet willy and an atomic wedgie on the way out. Nothing. It is pathetic that these dorks, these greasy, stinky losers, punished him for that. But what's even more pathetic is that they're standing by it, and that's why I'm talking about it again today. They released an official statement where they've all come together in their fucking stink cloud, their fucking fart fumes, and decided that the Council of Judges was correct in this punishment here. And then they also reinforced another ruling where they punished another Pokemon player, this time in the TCG, who celebrated early, maintaining that they did deserve to lose that as well. These fucking Pokemon judges suck major ass. I think it is irrefutable. This evidence confirms that there are no bigger twerps on this planet than Pokemon judges. If you want to avoid a fate like that, you right now need to fix the stink, so go to usecheeky.com and get the best soap in the universe. The queso bar just launched as well, by the way. It's coconut. We've got the best soap out there, and you need to take your hygiene seriously, or else you might just end up like a Pokemon judge. Here's the Pokemon Play Team's official toilet paper. At the recent Pokemon Orlando Regionals, 2 instances of penalties being issued during streamed matches have created questions within the community about celebrations. They're illegal. You're going to jail if you show any emotion at an official Play Pokemon event. I'll sum it up for you. Spoiler alert. Play Pokemon has reviewed each instance and would like to provide more information. In the first, during the Pokemon TCG Swiss Round 13 match, the tournament headphones were removed and were thrown onto the table on top of cards and damage counters, putting the TCG game state in disarray before additional game action could be taken to complete the game. A match loss was issued for the disruption to the game state and not playing out the final sequence to the game. I didn't cover that one, but I'll briefly show you what they're referring to there.
Wow! Rips it off the 6 cards. Are you kidding me here? Makani.
Basically what happened is he drew the win condition. It was checkmate at that moment, but he celebrated before finishing the game, so he put his headphones down and it moves the cards around. So they viewed that as throwing the game into disarray. It fucking annihilated the game state. It's all ruined. It's completely kaput. So they issued a game loss for it. This one was a bit more divisive. Some people think that this is an outrageous ruling. Others think it makes sense because he didn't actually finish the game before doing that. I personally think this one has the most wiggle room to be justified because he didn't finish it out. It would be like in chess, if you have the checkmate, but then you fucking slap the chessboard before you actually finish the checkmate. That would be improper. So I do understand that to a certain degree, but I think a match loss is a bit overkill. I feel like this could have been the first warning because it didn't ruin the game. The game literally is over from that moment. There is nothing that can be done, as I understand it, in the current meta there. So it was over. He just needed to finish out the sequence. So I think a game loss is a little extreme. That could have been the first warning there. And according to the player, 2 separate head judges told him that he was given a match loss for throwing his headset down and being dangerous. Not a single judge told him that he was given the game loss for disrupting the board state, and then wasn't given the chance to appeal the ruling either. So to me, it does feel far more cutthroat than it should. And then the most egregious is obviously what happened with the Pokemon Go celebration, where the game was completely over, and then a very mild celebration, which I wouldn't even use the word celebration. To me, a celebration is like what you see in the end zone in the NFL or in the college football, where you get a touchdown, you spike the ball, you hit some of these maneuvers right here, like the "Where's My Hug At" or something like that. Bust out the fucking Gangnam Style, maybe. That's a celebration. What he did was the most, like, normal, like, oh, I'm happy moment doing this. Like, even Pokemon characters do that. They do more than that, mind you, but that's like literally the bare minimum of being like, oh, whoopee, I won. And they're calling it excessive and unsportsmanlike. And they're standing by that decision. So going back to their official statement, in the second instance, during Pokemon Go Grand Finals, we would like to share some information which may not be known to the broader community. Prior to the final game incident, during Game 1 of the Bracket Reset series, a player was issued a warning for the action of hitting and shaking the table during gameplay. Actions such as these can have a negative impact on the experience of participants and disturb the match in progress. Then, during Game 5, this same player's behavior continued to be disruptive, including shaking the table to the point that there was a disruption to the broadcast experience. These repeated infractions resulted in a penalty that was escalated to game loss. If that isn't the biggest load of hooey I've ever heard, you can watch the footage yourself. There was nothing disruptive happening, not from what I went through and re-watched. And plus, the game loss came after the celebration. Like, unsportsmanlike, I believe, is what was being tossed around. But now they're saying it was actually because he was shaking the table. It was a fucking earthquake he was having go on over there. We couldn't even get the broadcast going. It was so all over the place. It was a natural disaster, a fucking calamity. We will uphold the decisions made by the judges at this event. Pokemon judges are committed to bringing the best possible experience to our players by preserving the competitive integrity of our events. Yeah, it's in the shitter. It has completely been flushed down the tubes with this, by the way, because you could win grand finals, but you best be completely fucking stoic and silent. Even the slightest iota of a smirk will have that title stripped from your fucking cold, dead paws. They will rip that W from your hands if they see you happy. What do you mean preserving the competitive integrity? You took away the winner's win and gave it to someone who lost. All over them celebrating slightly. Without them and their commitment to play Pokemon, we would not be able to hold events, and it is our expectation that they are treated with the same respect as all people in the community. In the moment of a win, emotions are high, and we recognize that these emotions can lead to energetic reactions celebrating a win, which, by the way, didn't really happen here. It wasn't that energetic. My fucking grandfather, I saw him get more animated when the mailman would show up than I saw from this guy winning the fucking grand finals of this tournament. It wasn't that energetic, mind you. We want to support this authentic, positive reaction and not discourage this excitement. Celebrations are not an issue, but actions that disrupt or negatively impact competitive integrity can be. We will continue to listen to the community of players and our judges on how best to evolve our tournament system rules and how penalties are enforced. The Play Pokemon team, they sign it off. Now, Firestar73, the player who had his title ripped from him for his celebration, did make a statement after this official Play Pokemon piece and said, "The incident you are now for the first time claiming was the basis of the decision did not affect the gameplay at all, yet decided the whole tournament." That is 100% correct. It had no impact on the game at all, even if he was shaking the table, which I don't see any strong evidence of him being over there like, the waves of the ocean, moving the table back and forth all wobbly. I don't see anything like that. But none of it affected the gameplay, no matter how you spin it. Section 2.1 requires a clear explanation of any infraction and its penalty, and I was never given this as the basis at all. That is also true. Apparently that was never relayed. There's even a community note that talks about this. Firestar wasn't given an initial warning for shaking the table. This is a major infraction under Section 5.1 of the penalty guidelines, and then it also has something about Makani, who received a game loss for a headset throw and wasn't able to appeal, and Section 433 of the Tournament Rule Handbook allows for an appeal. So they're not following their own guidelines, basically. Which doesn't come as a surprise to me, because it feels like these are complete losers that are power tripping and looking for any excuse to exert their authority here. Did I just catch you showing emotion? You lost now, Buster. Ha! Give that back. Don't you ever show me a smile again. And I mean it. I'm a Pokemon professor, by the way. So cringe, man. Actually so cringe. So they're standing by the decision. Firestar 73 does not get the win that he earned. Also in the TCG space, Makani does not get that win either. They are standing by both decisions there. I think the most egregious is the case with Firestar 73. I think there are no grounds for that. I think that is a complete sham. And I think the community should be very alarmed that this is who controls the events. You best be on your most emotionless behavior in the future of this competitive scene here. The competitive environment of play Pokemon events from this point forward better be quieter than a fucking library. It's going to be like a funeral in there, not an ounce of joy. So, I guess that's what they're looking for. That's what they're trying to cultivate. This shit's so stupid, man. It's so embarrassing. It's so shameful. Had to yap about it. I had to give you the follow-up. That's really about it. See ya. I got no silly intro for you today. What this lady's done just makes me furious, so I want to yap about it. Krishan Rock. Maybe you've heard her name, maybe you haven't. I'm pretty confident you've at least seen a couple of clips of hers because she has been addicted to social media attention for a while, so she constantly pops up on popular streamers' streams to try and leech a little bit of clout for herself. Personally, I've always found her to be like a vibe Dementor on stream where she just sucks out all the fun and all the life, leaving only misery in its wake. But that's not the biggest deal in the world. There's plenty of people that are, vibe terrorists that just aren't super entertaining to watch. That's not like a crime. But what is a crime, at least should be, is the way that she handled her pregnancy. Krishan Rock loved to party. I say loved like it's past tense. I'm sure she still currently does. But while she was pregnant, she still didn't let that stop her. It wasn't an obstacle. She didn't pump the brakes because she's pregnant. She still went hog wild partying, drinking and smoking while pregnant. And this was shown multiple times on camera, just shamelessly drinking and smoking while pregnant, which everybody knows is really bad for the baby.
Because we all was drinking, even you, with the baby and stuff. Why are you lying?
Ladies, one more time.
Get yourself together.
Where the bottle at?
Oh my gosh.
Drink it.
She asked for another bottle. I'm just
You can't have no liquor?
Yes, I can. I can abort the child tomorrow. It won't hurt me.
No,
you shut the door because it's cold.
No fucking liquor.
When they were here last time, him and Krishan was pregnant. Y'all were doing all that smoking and drinking here in the thing.
This is just one short compilation, but a lot of these clips go on longer of her drinking even more. And this is only what's been caught on camera. I can only imagine how often off camera she was also smoking and drinking. It's fucking terrible. And it's not like she didn't know. She even had that clip in there where she's like, it's alright, I can just abort the child, not gonna hurt me. Fucking evil mindset. Like, what? She couldn't stop herself from smoking and drinking while pregnant. She did have the child, and this September he will be 3 years old. He still cannot walk or talk, and it seems like also has a hard time just sitting up on his own without assistance supporting him. It is heartbreaking. It is actually heartbreaking. And I don't know why what she's done isn't just full-blown child abuse. Like, I don't know how that's not just a crime. Like, it's all just right out there in the open. Like, it's not a secret. People extremely close to her have just point blank said that she has smoked and drank throughout her pregnancy. They've said it a couple of times. It's just so fucking unhinged. And now, she just did an interview, and it's the reason why I'm even yapping about it outside of just streams where I've talked about it loosely. She did an interview where she's now denying that her child has a disability and says that, you know, the doctors are wrong, the doctors don't know, which to me says that she's not even willing to get this child the assistance that he is likely going to need going forward.
And if it's anything I could do, help, I'm here. The part that really messed with me is that Blueface doesn't seem active in the child's life because of his disability. Hold on. I feel like that's what triggered me, and my anger overpowered my message. You're in the right now, and I'm here to support and congratulate you overly. So I said my son does not have a disability. He is developing at his own pace and hitting his milestones in his own timing. Every child is different, and I'm confident in his growth. If I said it, he had a disability, then he...
Right,
but it's like,
don't tell me.
I ain't say none of that.
For context here, she was reading some messages about someone who they had some drama, and this individual said that, you know, the thing that messed them up most was, you know, Blueface not being as active in the child's life because of the child's disability. That was the claim that was made there. She then snapped back saying that her son does not have a disability. He's developing at his own pace. Then, in a minute here, I'll show you the clip where she starts making a mention of, like, doctors, like how you can't believe a doctor when they're speaking ill on your child, that kind of thing. Now, of course, I'm not a doctor, but for reference, most babies will begin the walking and talking process, getting, like, a word out from, like, 12 up to, like, 18 months. That's when they'll start to hit these milestones. Typically, that's like the normal range. She is right though, every child is different, so some take a little bit longer. However, it has been over 2 years. It's been, 27 months, and her son still is doing none of that, and also seemingly still having a hard time sitting up on their own too. That does seem like there may be a disability there, and the fact that she references a doctor speaking ill on her child makes me believe that when a doctor was informing her that this might be the result of a disability, she took it as an insult, and that this doctor is just some kind of evil demon that's insulting her baby, and now she's like refusing to acknowledge it, which I think is just extremely detrimental for the child, because if the child does have a disability, the child is going to need some extra assistance from doctors, from other people. And if she's going to deny the child those resources, that's even worse for the kid. Just because she refuses to say it doesn't mean that it might not be true.
It's not even just that. It's like, say if someone, a doctor, anybody speak against your kid or yourself, then you should not accept it, bro. Yeah. Anybody. Yeah. If they're guessing or whatever, no. The word said what the word said. God said what the God says. I don't have to accept what you... So it's really like me, like... protecting a revelation that I heard from the Lord over my son. Yeah. And then it's like redirecting that energy back to that mouth, that tongue, that powerful tongue. Who said I had it? Who said it?
Now, recently, Krishan Rock made a big Christianity push where she's accepting the word of God and taking the Lord as her savior, which I always applaud people for doing if it's coming from a genuine place. Unfortunately, in the modern day, there are some absolute vile people that use Christianity as like this get out of jail card where it's, you know, used as a tool to avoid any level of accountability and responsibility. Like, nope, I'm completely clean, so all of the terrible, heinous actions I've done in my past no longer exist, and you can't use them against me in any way, shape, or form because now I'm a Christian, so, you know, we have to forget about all of that, and you're a bad person if you bring them up now. And I really hate that mentality. And I hate to say it, but I do get that same sense from Krishan Rock, where she's using it as a way of just being like, hey, you all have to forgive me for all of this shit that I've done. And a lot of it you've watched, especially like with the pregnancy. And I don't think I've seen her take any level of like self-reflection or accountability for the terrible fucking way that she handled her pregnancy with the smoking and drinking and the impact that it may have had on her child's life. Like, speaking of the word of God, Krishan, What do you think God would say to something like this?
Get yourself together.
Where the bottle at?
Oh my gosh.
Drink it.
She asked for another bottle. I'm just gonna...
You can't have liquor? Yes, I can. I can abort the child tomorrow. It won't hurt me.
No, you shouldn't do it because it's cold.
Complete callousness, uncaring if the baby lives or dies, even saying that she would get an abortion and it wouldn't affect her. There's also another clip where she's 20 weeks pregnant, talking to a doctor and asks if it's too late to get an abortion. It seems like she's solely driven by her own self-interest. She didn't want to stop partying and drinking and smoking, and so she didn't, even while pregnant. And unless I've missed it, she's never talked about this, or made any kind of big, like, huge apology about the error and misdeeds of how she handled her pregnancy or anything. And also, I think she's still the exact same Krishan Rock now as she always has been. Throughout this entire podcast, she goes on and on and on, just regurgitating this notion that she is done with drama. Drama is in her past, now it's all about her future. However, she spends the whole podcast reading drama text messages and talking over the hosts in order to keep playing around in the drama cesspool, like the entire time, except now she's using Christianity as her shield, as a way of winning these arguments in the drama. Like, well, this is what this guy said, but the Word of God says this, so he's definitely wrong for it, and what he said about me is unacceptable because now, fully Christian, all of that. She is still 100% participating in drama this entire podcast episode while pretending that she's not, and that she's left all of that behind and has changed.
Do you let God vindicate on your behalf?
Well, like you said,
it's going to be a day where... Like, I can't wait when my son start walking and talking. I'm going to just be like, exactly.
Like I told y'all.
I said it. Nah, I told y'all. He told y'all. Shoot, I was just relaying the message. It's like one of those.
I truly hope her son does start walking and talking soon. I'm really wishing the absolute best for that kid, but I do not think that this is a mother fit to raise a child. Especially based on her statements in this interview here, where it seems like she's no longer even going to... listen to doctors in regards to the potential disability that her child may have. Like, that just sets this kid up for a really rough future. I'm really, really hoping this child gets the care that he needs. I am not convinced that Krishan Rock is a good mother to this child at all. It still, to me, feels as though she's solely interested in her own career as opposed to trying to help her son to the best of her abilities. And it seems like she's already toying with the idea of depriving him of this medical care that he may require in the future. That's the impression I get from this interview. I really do not like this lady at all. I just don't. I hate what she did during pregnancy, knowing full well how horrible that is to the development of a child. It's not like she was, oblivious to that fact. She wanted to keep drinking and smoking, and in order to do that, she even said, look, I'll just get an abortion. It won't affect me at all, and I'll just keep drinking and smoking. She didn't get the abortion, but she just kept drinking and smoking. And now her child is developing at an abnormal pace and is seemingly unwilling to listen to doctors about it. And I really, really, really think that what she did during pregnancy is just pretty unforgivable, to be honest. And so I wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah. There's Useless, and then there's Pam Bondi. Cockroaches have more respect from people than Scam Bondi ever will. She's just been fired. Hallelujah, time to butt chug some brewskis in the bathtub tonight to celebrate this wonderful news. Pam Bondi famously shut down the conversation about Epstein, stating that we need to focus on the Dow because it's over 50K, stating that it's ridiculous to be talking about Epstein when the Dow's over 50K. That's what we need to focus on. And now look at us, Pam. Who could have seen this? Dow's under 50K and she lost her whole job. Ain't that some shit, huh? Man, when it rains, it pours. Pam Bondi's time as Attorney General will be looked back on with embarrassment and shame. They won't be hanging her jersey number in the rafters, celebrating her time in this position. She was fucking useless. More useless than my goofy areolas. There has never been anyone in the history of this country worse at their job than Pam Bondi. And I don't just mean from a government position, I mean across the entire spectrum of jobs that exists, there has never been a single soul that is more terrible at their job than Pam Bondi was as Attorney General. You could have given Attorney General to a fucking crackhead who's never lucid, and he probably would have accidentally stumbled into doing a couple of things. She did nothing. Literally nothing. She accomplished less than a gas station toilet, yet she probably swallowed more shit than a toilet, and she did so proudly, without an ounce of shame or regret. It's so pathetic. I don't know how she sleeps at night. And apparently she even had the gall to like grovel and beg to not be fired because this means everything to her. She doesn't do anything. All she does is just lie and idly collect a paycheck while delivering lip service that is constantly contradictory and debasing herself in front of the entire nation with a chin held high. It is the most pathetic shit imaginable.
Good day. We are coming on the air with breaking news. President Trump has apparently fired his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, according to a senior administration official and a source familiar with the matter. This comes after NBC News learned that the president has grown frustrated with his Attorney General in recent days, according to multiple sources. This is a blow because she has been a very loyal sort of friend and ally of the president for a long time, going back to Florida.
I love how the reporter struggled to find the words to adequately describe her relationship with Trump, because friend and ally, loyal, that doesn't even really encapsulate it. She was a leech, an actual parasite, a fucking hemorrhoid, a pinworm, living deep inside the asshole of President Trump, more than willing to just suck the farts straight out of his butt. Like that, she was so deep in there, and I know she never thought that she would be thrown under the bus because of this level of NPC behavior from her. She was a full-blown drone. I don't think she has had an actual thought of her own in years, because she is just on cruise control, idly just going through the motions and delivering speeches and just constantly lying about the Epstein files being on her desk, by the way, which they're probably still there. She's just got to go in there and dust it off when she's collecting her things and leaving the office forever. And now that she has been thrown under the bus here, I have to imagine she's just sitting there fucking drooling blankly like the parents from Weapons after the spell gets broken on them. Pam's probably just stunned, catatonic in like a fucking fugue state, not sure what to do with herself. She threw everything away. Literally became a complete clown in front of the entire world, and now it didn't pay off. She wasn't able to just endlessly coast off being this bot.
Assisting in the first Trump term. And this, in many ways, comes down to a representation of the frustration that President Trump has, that his vision for how he could exact retribution against political rivals and those who had, in his perception, done him wrong at some past point, to be brought to justice. That has not happened, even though this Department of Justice under Pam Bondi has attempted to do so in a number of areas where we've seen the failed attempts to prosecute James Comey or Letitia James.
Failure really is the only word that can appropriately describe Pam Bondi's entire career. Everything she has ever attempted to do here during her time as Attorney General has been a complete and utter failure. And now, the person that she was huffing farts like they were oxygen is throwing her to the side. Like, Woody, I no longer want to play with you. And now what, Pam? And now what?
Then there's the broader issue of the Epstein files. There was a moment where Pam Bondi, who in the journey of her time as Attorney General has been both loyal but has also committed some self-inflicted errors. She talked about having the so-called Epstein list on her desk, and that never materialized. She had led people to believe there would be more coming on Epstein, and then initially last summer, the Department of Justice said the files would be closed. There was no action to be taken.
And we're still currently in that circus whirlwind. Pam Bondi will always be mocked and looked at as the clown that she is. That being said, better late than never. I'm glad she is finally fired. That is wonderful news. Yes, it should have happened sooner, but it's still good that it's here now. Though I don't think her replacement is going to be a huge improvement. It's Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche is someone I've already shot spitballs at because this guy openly just talks about how there most likely will never be a further Epstein investigation into the clients. He also famously had that wonderful little segment where he said it's not a crime to party with Epstein.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look
lunch
like
on his
that's all
island.
that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so
Yeah.
we need witnesses and we need
Are there
evidence
videotapes that you all have? Or
For the millionth time, yes, there are videos. Also, Todd Blanche mentions the witnesses and stuff, but they don't really seem to want to talk to the victims overly often. That seems to be an area they're not super gung-ho about gathering information from the potential victims that have come forward. Todd Blanche is not someone I put a lot of faith in doing a better job as Attorney General, but I will say it would be hard for him to do a worse job than Pam Bondi. And he is not shy about just letting you know that they don't really plan on doing a whole lot with the Epstein case. There's another clip that he has become infamous for where he pretended he didn't understand the question when asked about like the abusers in the Epstein files, that kind of thing. So Todd Blanche, not exactly looking like a superstar to really start pumping your fist about, but doesn't mean we can't celebrate Pam Bondi being fired. But anyway, just wanted to yap about this and say, bye Pam, enjoy retirement. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.